That's fine.
He'll be down in a minute. It's okay.
Yeah, I think they based him there, haven't they?
Yeah, he was coming down this way. I think he's here in a moment.
There's been a few guys maybe that have come to
Yeah, no, that's fine. Now I know that you are a Viva musician and will turn your radio on. That's probably it's fine. Thank you.
I need the 6 people who are going to be on the
Which Mr. Williams?
I need you down here, please.
Okay. Okay. Bye. He's like, I can't even tell if this was the radio on. I was like, yep. Right, it's 6 minutes to this time.
I'm with you guys, so
Russell, we're sending them through. Diane, starter, over. Understood, sounds fabulous. We'll get started. Out.
Race 25. Open School Junior Quadruple Sculls, Final C. Road Grammar School, High Wycombe, Lane 1. Walston, Lane 2. King's School, Worcester, Lane 3. Landak, Lane 4. Eastern Imperial, Lane 5. Sir William Morley, Lane 6. 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this afternoon's racing. We're just getting the junior quads lined up on the start for the C final, and we're looking forward to some exciting racing. This event had 23 entries, so even to get to the C final, these young men have done really, really well. And just for the lanes for this C final for the junior quads. In lane 1, we have Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. In lane 2, Walton Rowing Club. In lane 3, King's School Worcester Boat Club B. In lane 4, Llandaff Rowing Club. In lane 5, Itchen Imperial Rowing Club A. And in lane 6, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club B. crews are now all lined up on the start, just waiting for the umpire to get them ready to begin the race. Conditions for those of you watching on YouTube here at Dorney this afternoon are about as perfect as it gets. It's overcast, there is almost no wind and the water is flat, so absolutely perfect conditions for 2,000 metre racing. And this C final of the Open Junior Quads is underway. A clean start from all of the crews. Just a reminder of the lanes: Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, Boat Club A in lane 1, Walton Rowing Club in lane 2, King's School Worcester, the Boat Club B in lane 3, Llandaff Rowing Club in lane 4, Itchin Imperial Rowing Club A in lane 5, and Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club B in lane 6.
Henley, lane 1. Wycliffe, lane 3.
Coming up to the 500-metre mark, it looks like the crews closest to the spectators in lane 1s, 2 and 3. So Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, Walton and King's School Worcester, just slightly ahead of the crews in lanes 4 to 6. And just coming up to the 750 mark, looks now like Walton Rowing Club in lane 2 and Llandaff Rowing Club in lane 4 are pretty much level as they pass the 750, followed behind by Royal Grammar School High Wycombe and King's School Worcester in 3rd and 4th place, with Itchin and Sir William Borlase following behind in lane 5 and lane 6. Coming up to the 1,000, Llandaff Rowing Club have taken a lead of around half to 3/4 of a length over Walton Rowing Club. Sculling nicely, just starting to push away from the other crews. Rating 32, so probably well within themselves as they pass the halfway mark. As the crews now come towards the last 500 metres, it still looks like Walton Rowing Club and Llandaff are having a real battle for first place here, with Royal Grammar School High Wycombe and King's School Worcester B in 3rd and 4th place. Looks to me like Llandaff had just put in a push now to just try and break Walton, but Walton are definitely hanging in there now, coming towards the last 250. It's still very close between these two crews. Borlase in over here in lane 6 have put in a bit of a push, but I think they probably left it a bit late. They got dropped in the first half of the race. They are sculling really neatly, probably just a little bit too much to do. Llandaff are at 34 as we come in now probably to the last 100 metres. Llandaff look like they're slightly ahead now of Walton. Borlase are putting in a push now with King's School Worcester for 3rd place. So failing, unless there's a massive crab in this crew, it now looks to me like Llandaff are going to come through to win by around about half a length. Walton in 2nd, and King's School Worcester B and Borlase very close. We'll have to wait to see what the umpires say on that. With Itchin Imperial coming in 5th, and finally RGS B in 6th. On the start now of Open Schools Junior Quads, we have in lane 1 Henley Rowing Club, in lane 2 Lee Rowing Club A, in lane 3 Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club, in lane 4 Hartpury University and College Boat Club, in lane 5 Nottingham and Union Rowing Club A, and in lane 6 Windsor Boys School Boat Club A. Crews now coming up to the 12:50 mark. So just passing the 12:50, it looks like Henley Rowing Club in lane 1 have a slight lead with Whitcliffe in 2nd, and it's quite hard with the angles here from the finish tower. Lee in 3rd. So as we approach the 17:50 mark, we have Whitcliffe with probably about half a length over Hartpury, and 3rd look close between Henley and Nottingham and Union, and in 5th and 6th we have Windsor Boys and Whitcliffe. No, Lee, apologies, Lee. Coming to the last few metres now. Wycliffe still continuing to lead Hartbury. Hartbury pushing hard to try and get back into it. Wycliffe is staying long and controlled though. The race for third looks close between Henley and Nottingham Union. Wycliffe continue to lead as we come up to the finish line with just about a length over Hartbury. And it's pretty close for third, but I think Henley have just pipped Nottingham Union, with Windsor Boys followed by the Lee in sixth. On the course now, we have the final of Open Schools Junior Quads. Great Marlow School in lane 1, Marlow Rowing Club in lane A, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club A in lane 3, Windsor Boys School Boat Club B in lane 4, Kingston Rowing Club in lane 5, and King's School Worcester Boat Club in lane 6. Coming up to the 1,000, it looks like Windsor Boys have taken around about a length over the rest of the field. Second to fourth is pretty close, with Kingston, Marlow and Great Marlow School all in the mix. Just watching all of these crews go down, it's a really great example of junior sculling. Just watching probably Mark Wilkinson coach crew from Windsor Boys, really tidy at the catch. Rowing sharp and long through the middle part of the race. Just coming up now to the 1,500 metre mark. You can see the red boys for the last 500 metres. Windsor Boys look like they're continuing to control the race. Windsor Boys rating 34 as we pass 1,000 metres. As we come towards the crunch end of this race now, Windsor Boys continue to lead, but they're being pushed really hard by Kingston Rowing Club. Looks like Kingston are overlapping them now, with King's School Worcester in third place and Sir William Borlase in fourth. Windsor are having to work really hard now as we come into the red boys for the last part of this race. Still continuing to lead by about 3/4 of a length over Kingston, but Kingston are putting in a real effort here to try and get past Windsor Boys. Looks like it's going to be tight for third now between King's School Worcester and Sir William Borlase in lane 3. Windsor Boys continuing to hold on, despite Kingston's push, just at around about 3/4 of a length And it's looking very, very tight for third. Between Greg Marlowe. On the course now, we have the B final of the J16 quads in lane 1, Team Keen Sculling School A. In lane 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 3, Tiffin School Boat Club. In lane 4, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe Boat Club A. In lane 5, South African Schools Rowing Union A. And in lane 6, King's School Ely. Looks like in the early part of this race, the South African crew have taken a lead. Just coming up to the 1500 metre mark now. Actually, it looks like Maidenhead, who had a slow start, seemed to have come through to be slightly up on Tiffin School, who are drawing level with the Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. Apologies, that angle was deceiving, actually. I'm wrong. That is still the South African Rowing Union, just about ahead of Royal Grammar School, but there's very little in it. Coming now into the last 250. It's a tough race between Royal Grammar School High Wycombe and the South African Schools Rowing Association. Looks pretty level from here in the finish. Third looks like between Maidenhead and Tiffin School. RGS putting in a really, really good big push here. Looks to me like they're just pushing ahead of the South Africans. Perhaps the South Africans gave a little bit too much at the start. Now quarter of a length to Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. South African Rowing Association second. And Tiffin School coming in third, closely followed by Maidenhead. And then Team Keene coming in fifth, with King's School Uli in sixth. And on the course now is the final of the J16 quads. In lane 1, Lee Rowing Club. In lane 2, Sir William Borlase Boat Club A. In lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Windsor Boys School Boat Club A. In lane 5, Henley Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Walton Rowing Club A.
Lane 1, Twickenham, far side. Twickenham, come across the lake to lane 1, please. With the boys, lane 2. King's School Ely, lane 3. Lee, lane 4.
At the 7:50 gone mark, it looks like Marlow Rowing Club have taken a slight lead over the Windsor Boys School, closely followed by Lee Rowing Club in lane 1, with Henley Rowing Club and Walton taking up the rear at the moment, but plenty of time for this to change. Marlow now sculling nicely with round about 3/4 of a length lead over Windsor Boys going through the 1,000-metre mark. And it looks like Lee in third, closely pursued by Sir William Borlase. So coming up to the 1,500-metre mark, Marlow continued to lead, sculling nicely, with Windsor Boys School in second. Plenty can change there. I was just thinking this morning about the men's double final here at London 2012. Joe Sullivan and Nathan Cohen, who won that race, were, I think, 5th with 500 to go. I think they were last at the 1,000-meter mark. So plenty can change over the last half of this race. Maybe Marlow have given a little bit too much. Maybe Windsor boys are holding it back. Mark Wilkinson's crews are always coached well. Looking very, very tidy, both of these first two crews, Marlow and Windsor boys. I think we're going to be in for a great last 250 metres as they approach the 1750 mark. Marlow continuing to lead now. Looks like they've fought off that Windsor boys push. Continuing to score really nicely now as we come down towards the finish. Last 150 so metres of the race in the final of the J16 quads. Looks like the race though is going to be for 3rd place with Lee, Sir William Borlase and Henley Rowing Club all in the fight for 3rd. Marlow now look pretty comfortable for 1st. Windsor boys pretty comfortable for 2nd. The real race here though is for the 3rd place in this final. And to me it looks like it's between Borlase and Henley Rowing Club. Borlase look like having some steering challenges here in the last part of the race. Marlow coming through now, very comfortable win, I'd say at least 3 lengths. And Windsor Boys School coming through in 2nd. With Sir William Borlase now about half a length up on Lee for 3rd. Close there between Henley and Lee. I think Henley just pipped it for 4th with Lee in 5th. And now just coming up. Remember, this is still the A final, so this Walton crew are still the 6th best crew here today at J16. Pushing all the way through to the finish.
And already on the course, we've got the C final of Open J15 coxed quads. In lane 1, we've got Twickenham Rowing Club. In lane 2, Windsor Boys School A. In lane 3, King's School Ely, Boat Club A. In lane 4, Lee Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Clare's Court School, that's their B crew. And in lane 6, William Borlase Grammar School B. And just around the 750 metres gone marker, Windsor Boys School A in lane 2 are leading, and then it's very close between all of the other crews. This is the C final of this race. It's one of the biggest events in the whole regatta. There were 32 crews racing this morning. So these crews that have got through to this, the 18 crews that have got through to the side-by-side finals have done extremely well. Just going through the 1,000-metre mark, Windsor boys maintaining their lead. They've probably got about a length on the rest of the field. And then in lane 5, Clare's Court School are just ahead in second place. Just coming up to the 1,500-metre mark gone, 500 metres left in this 2,000-metre race. Windsor boys continue to lead this race quite strongly, sculling very confidently. And the other 5 crews are all very much in the mix, very close, all overlapping each other. Just remembering that compared with the previous 2 events we've had on the course this afternoon, these are coxed quads at J15 level like this, and also at J14 level. All quads are coxed. Some of the crews have got the cox in the front of the boat in what's called a front loader, and then some have the cox sitting up in the stern as you'd have in an 8. It's known as a stern loader. Coming up to the last 250 metres where the boys turn red, Windsor boys maintain their lead, but really now vying for second and third place are lanes 5 and 6. Lane 5 is Clare's Court and lane 6 is Sir William Borlase. They've pulled ahead a little bit of the other 3 crews. And as we come into the closing stages of this race, Borlase in lane 6 have put in a very strong push. They've moved up clearly into second place. They've got over a length's lead now on the 2 crews behind them, which are Clare's Court and Lee Rowing Club in lanes 5 and 4. But as we come up to the finish line, Windsor Boys School maintain their lead. Sculling very neatly, confidently, strongly, quite a low rate. And they're coming up to the line with just a length lead over Borlase, who finish in second place. And coming up to the line now, it's Clare's Court. Lee Rowing Club cross the line 4th. King's School Ely 5th. And Twickenham Rowing Club are just approaching the line for 6th place. So the next race of the Open J15 Coxed Quads, which is the B final of this event, has just gone past, 750 metres gone in the race. In lane 1, we've got Wallingford Rowing Club A. In lane 2, Peterborough City Rowing Club. In lane 3, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 4, Tideway Scullers School A. In lane 5, Kingston Grammar School Boat Club B. And in lane 6, Team Keene Sculling School A. And the early leader is in lane 3, Maidenhead Rowing Club at the moment. They've got just under a length's lead, and then lanes 1, 2, 4 and 5 are really quite tight behind them. Team Keen just about half a length further down in 6th place. Just gone past the 1500 metres gone marker, coming into the last quarter of the race. Maidenhead are continuing to lead, followed by Tideway Scullers School. After that, there's some quite close racing going on. We've got Kingston Grammar School and we've got Wallingford. Kingston Grammar School are in lane 5 and Wallingford are in lane 1. And the race has now reached the 250 metres to go marker. We've still got Maidenhead in the lead, but they are being pressed very strongly by Tideway Scullers School. Some really great racing from these J15 competitors, many of whom will just be 14 years old. Really confident rowing going on. Great straight steering going straight up the middle of these lanes. And it's quite a tight race for 3rd place, but I think Kingston Grammar School at the moment in lane 5 have just holding on to 3rd place, being pressed a little bit by Wallingford over in lane 1. And also Peterborough City sculling very confidently in lane 2. Team Keen are not out of it at all. They're still very much in touch with the rest of the race, but they are in 6th place. And there we have Maidenhead going over the line, followed by Tideway Scullers School. And just coming up for 3rd place, it is going to go to Kingston Grammar School, followed by Wallingford. Peterborough in 5th, and Team Keen in 6th place. Now on the course, we've got the A final, the medal final for the Open J15 Cox Quads. In lane 1, Kingston Grammar School A. In lane 2, Great Marlow School. In lane 3, Hereford Cathedral School A, who are currently leading. They're followed in lane 4 by Windsor Boys School B. In lane 5, we've got Sir William Borlase Grammar School A. And in lane 6, Marlow Rowing Club B. So the race has just passed the 750 metres gone marker. We've still got Hereford Cathedral School A in lane 3 leading. They've got about half a length lead over Windsor Boys School in lane 4, who in turn have got another half length lead over Kingston Grammar School in lane 1. So that's the medal positions at the moment. Hereford Cathedral School in first place, Windsor Boys in second, and Kingston Grammar holding on to the bronze medal position. And the race has now just gone through 500 metres to go. The positions remain unchanged out at the front, with Windsor Boys School sculling very confidently with a lovely rhythm, just maintaining a small lead over Hereford Cathedral School, who are in second place. And then for the bronze medal position, there's Kingston Grammar School over on lane 1, nearest the spectators, also being pressed in lane 5 by Sir William Borlase. And with just 250 metres left to go in this medal race for the Open J15 Cox Quads, Windsor Boys have put in a big push and have now extended their lead over Hereford Cathedral School to about half a length of clear water. Windsor Boys are sculling very, very strongly and confidently, not a particularly high rate, showing the quality of their technique and their power. Hereford Cathedral School also sculling extremely well, holding on to the silver medal position. As they're coming up to the last 100 metres of this race, Windsor Boys are just maintaining their low, confident rating, knowing that they've done enough to cross the line first. They're rating 33 at the moment, not needing to take it up for the line. Hereford Cathedral School using a similar strategy, sculling extremely well together, just coming up to the line for the silver medal. And then in third place, it's going to be Sir William Borlase School. A crew just coming up to the line now, and then a really, really close race for fourth position. And it's just going to go to Marlow Rowing Club on the Tower side, followed by Kingston Grammar School and Great Marlow School just a couple of feet lower down. Well done, everybody. On the start now, we've got the B final of Open School Junior Double Sculls. In lane 1, Great Marlow School. In lane 2, Buell Bridge. In lane 3, Notts Union Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Walton Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Hartpury University and College Boat Club. And in lane 6, Wycliffe College Boat Club. The crews are on the start. I think they're under starters' orders. They're all sitting forward and they're off.
Race 34, Open School Junior Double Sculls Final A. Warrington, Lane 1. Molesey, Lane 2. Windsor Boys, Lane 3. Henley, Lane 4. Marlow, Lane 5. King School Ely, Lane 6. 3 minutes.
Yeah, Janice! Go, Freddie!
So the race on the course is, as I said, the B final of the Open School Junior Doubles, the oldest boys sculling in doubles here. They've just gone past the 750-metre marker, and the leader at the moment is Notts Union Rowing Club, followed by Walton Rowing Club. It's quite a close race, very competitive doubles here. Notts Union have probably got about a length's lead on Walton Rowing Club, who are in second place. And then it's quite hard to tell who's third at the moment in this very competitive race. Coming up to 1,000 metres now, Notts Union still in the lead, followed by Walton Rowing Club. Buell Bridge showing quite strongly. They're in third place, a short amount, with a short lead over Hartpury, who are over in lane 5. And then Wycliffe in lane 6 and Great Marlow School in lane 1 are still pressing those crews in third and fourth place. But at the moment, the race is showing, according to the draw, which will have put the fastest 2 qualifiers in the middle lanes, in lanes 3 and 4, the next 2 in lanes 2 and 5, and the following 2 in lanes 1 and 6 in a chevron pattern. The race has just gone past 500 metres to go. Notts and Union remain in the lead, sculling very strongly and confidently. They are being pressed with great spirit by Walton Rowing Club, who've just had to correct their steering, having drifted to the side of their lane and actually let their blades briefly go over the buoys. Walton are now back in their lane and remain in hot pursuit of Notts and Union. In lane 1, Great Marlow School have put in a push and are now vying very closely with Buell Bridge next to them in lane 2. Hartpury in lane 5 are also very much in the mix for the race for 3rd, 4th and 5th place. And Whitcliffe are just bringing up the rear, not by very much though. Walton continuing to press really, really strongly. They're up level with Whitcliffe. In fact, up level with Nottingham. In fact, they've now just gone through them. There's about a 2-foot lead for Walton, but Notts and Union have responded. This is fantastic racing in the B final of the Open School Junior doubles. These two doubles are really fighting each other hard. Notts and Union have put their rating right up, pushing very hard for the line. They are now just ahead of Walton Rowing Club, rating 37. Notts and Union have now pushed their lead out to about 3/4 of a length as they come over the line, followed very closely by Walton after a fantastic race, very spirited. And then coming up for 3rd place in this B final, Buell Bridge have pushed back up again and are going to cross the line just over a length ahead of Hartpury, followed by Great Marlow School in lane 1 and then Whitcliffe College in lane 6. Now on the course, we've got the final of Open School Junior doubles, the A final, which has just gone past 1,250 metres to go. They're coming up to the 1,000-metre marker now. In lane 1, we've got Warrington Rowing Club A. In lane 2, Molesey Boat Club A. In lane 3, Windsor Boys School A. In lane 4, Henley Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Marlow Rowing Club A. And in lane 6, King's School Ely A. The crew's just going through the 500 metres to go marker. Windsor Boys School have a strong lead, having led almost from the beginning of this race, followed in lane 4 by Henley Rowing Club. And coming up to the last 250 metres now, Windsor Boys remain in a strong first position. They've got clear water over the rest of the field, followed by Henley Rowing Club in lane 4, who are also sculling extremely well. In 3rd position, we've got Marlow Rowing Club in lane 5, and they're being followed quite closely, only about a length behind, by both Kings Ely in lane 6 and Molesey Boat Club, who are in lane 2, and then Warrington are just under a length behind Molesey in 6th place. But this race is being very much dominated by Windsor Boys School, who've now got a lead of nearly 4 lengths over Henley Rowing Club. And again, they're sculling very, very confidently. Rating 35, giving a real show up to the line. Very powerful, quick and dynamic rowing from Windsor Boys School. coming up to win the A final and the gold medal in the Open School Junior Doubles. Henley Rowing Club also rowing extremely well, slotting their catches in beautifully. They're coming up to take the silver medal, followed by Marlow Rowing Club in third position for the bronze medal. Molesey Boat Club in fourth, followed by Kings Ely, and then Warrington Rowing Club only a very short distance behind in this A final of the Open School Junior Doubles.
So another win at the scullery for the Bird family in the final of the junior doubles. I had the pleasure of Max's sisters in this boat, so two of those are at the University of Virginia racing this weekend as well. So a great win for the Bird family there for Windsor Boys School. So next on the course we have the A final of the J17 doubles. In lane 1, Llandaff Rowing Club. In lane 2, Kingston Rowing Club. In lane 3, Walton Rowing Club. In lane 4, Weybridge Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Tideway Scullers School A. And in lane 6, Walbrook Rowing Club B. At the 500-metre mark, Weybridge are leading, followed by Tideway Scullers School and Walbrook Rowing Club in third. Just going through the 750. Weybridge have established a pretty comfortable lead earlier in the race. Sculling, pretty low rating, I would say, probably 30-31, with 2-3 lengths now over the competition. At the 1,000 metres, Weybridge continue to lead, followed by 2 lengths down, Tideway Scullers, followed by so the 1,000 metres mark. Weybridge went through first in 3:27, followed by Tideway Scullers and Walton Rowing Club. Weybridge sculling really nicely. Coach will be pleased with this. Really tidy blade work, keeping the length as we approach the 1,500 metre mark. Scullers perhaps not quite as tidy, but certainly putting in the effort now to try and get in touch with Weybridge. Just passing the 1,500 metre work, Weybridge continue to scull nicely with a pretty comfortable lead as they come into the final part of this race. Able to control, sitting on the front, keeping it long and strong. No need to push it too hard, keeping a bit in reserve if they need to, if the scullers crew come back at them. Or Walton Rowing Club on their inside there in lane 3. Certainly this looks like it's Weybridge's race to lead now. Scullers in second place, followed by Walton, probably about half a length down. So the real race here now is for second and third between Tideway Scullers and Walton Rowing Club. Weybridge able to keep it long and strong now as we come into the last 250 metres. The real race here is definitely for second and third. Walton have put a big push in. Scullers need to respond now. Walton have really taken the rate up and have a slight lead over Scullers. Walton at 38. Just edged. Half a length ahead of Scullers. Scullers coming in third. So a great win there for Weybridge. Comfortable all the way down the course. They led from the start, controlled the race. Good race there between Walton and Tideway Scullers for second and third. Followed in there by Kingston and Walbrook. And finally, a Clondaff Rowing Club in lane 1. The unofficial result of race 35, the Open J17 AA final, was Weybridge Rowing Club A in first place, second Walton Rowing Club, third Tideway Scullers, fourth Kingston Rowing Club, fifth Walbrook Rowing Club B, and in sixth Llandaff Rowing Club. On the course now we have the final, no we don't, we have the B final of the Open J16 doubles. In lane 1, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club A. In lane 2, Wallingford Rowing Club B. In lane 3, Itchen Imperial Rowing Club. In lane 4, Kingston Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Wallingford Rowing Club A. And finally in lane 6, Guildford Rowing Club A. At the 500-metre mark in this B final, Wallingford Rowing Club came through in first. Itchen Imperial, Wallingford in second. Wallingford A in second, Wallingford B in first. And in third place, Itchen Imperial Rowing Club.
Go on, Wallingford! All the way, Freddie! Go, Connor!
So coming through the 1,000 metres, Wallingford Rowing Club B are leading, followed closely by Itchen Imperial and Wallingford Rowing Club A. Those three now have clear water on the rest of the field as we're into the second half of this race. going through the 1500 metre mark. Wallingford B look like they've still got a lead over Itchen, who are pushing them hard. With Wallingford A in third place. Actually, no, it looks like Itchen have just managed to come through on Wallingford. It's pretty close as we now come into the last 250 of this race. Wallingford maybe with a foot or two just over Itchen, but it's still pretty close. Bit of a boy bash there from Itchen on the coming down the course as they're putting the effort in, just trying to get back into their lane. Wallingford maybe with now used the opportunity to push away from Itchen over the last 250 of this course. And the Wallingford A crew in third place, but Itchen are not out of this despite having a little bit of a detour out of their lane. They're really pushing hard now. Just half a length as we come into the last few meters of this race. Wallingford B continuing to lead. Looks like Itchen's push has died now. They're settling for second as Wallingford now come over the line. The B final. And just coming in now for third, looks like Wallingford A with half a length over Kingston Rowing Club. Followed in fifth by Knots and Union. And a little bit further down the course, Guildford Rowing Club coming in, or will come in sixth. So the unofficial result of the the B final for Open J16 doubles was Wallingford Rowing Club B, followed by Itchen Imperial Rowing Club, and in third place Wallingford Rowing Club A. Then in fourth Kingston Rowing Club, in fifth Nottingham and Union, and in sixth Guildford Rowing Club. On the course now we have the final of the Open J16 doubles. In lane 1, South African Schools Rowing Association. In lane 2, City of Bristol Rowing Club. In lane 3, Reading Rowing Club. In lane 4, Tideway Scullers School A. In lane 5, Walton Rowing Club A. And in lane 6, Team Keen Sculling School A. At the 500 metre mark, Reading Rowing Club were first, Tideway Scullers second, Team Keen third, Walton Rowing Club fourth, South African Schools Rowing Union fifth, and City of Bristol Rowing Club in sixth. And it looks coming now up to the 1250 that Reading have maintained that lead over Tideway Scullers School. Oh, Walton Bowman's just lost his blade. Luckily they haven't been for a swim. They've managed to stay upright. Picked it up pretty quickly. Probably the best bit of boy bashing I've seen. For those of you that look at YouTube, have a look at Peter Haining. I can't remember which World Championship it was when he hit a buoy probably with about 500 to go and managed to annoy himself so much that he came back and rode through everyone else to win. A fantastic race if you get a chance to watch it on YouTube. As we come up towards the 1750 mark, Reading continue to scull well, and it looks like they're still maintaining a fairly comfortable lead. With Tideway Scullers in second and Teams Keen Sculling School in third, followed by South African Schools Rowing Association in fifth. Coming through the 500 to go. Reading continue to lead fairly comfortably. The rest of the field, though, looks pretty tight. So I'd say Sculls in second. And South African Schools and City of Bristol are definitely in it for third, along with Team Keen. So it looks like the race will be for second and third, with Reading maintaining a comfortable lead over Tideway Scullers as they're getting to the Red Boys in the last 250. Reading continue to scull confidently. No need to push or do anything silly. They can keep a little bit in reserve if they need to. Tideway Scullers now in second. The City of Bristol Rowing Club in third. Just over Team King, putting in a big push over here in lane 6 to try and push through City of Bristol. Sometimes when you're in opposite sides of the course, you can't see what's happening in the further lanes. You can get blindsided, so City of Bristol need to keep their wits about them, and they are. And they're continuing to push and stay in third. Probably a length down on Tideway Scullers, who themselves are 5-ish lengths down on Reading. A nice comfortable win there for Reading in the Open J16 double final, A final. And Team Keen coming through in 5th with South African Schools in 6th. Oh, and sorry, in 5th, and Walton coming through in 6th after their Bowman lost his blade a bit further down the course. Did well to recover. Well done, Walton. On the course now is the A final of the Open Schools Junior Singles. In lane 1 from Royal Shrewsbury School Boat Club, Julian Walsh. In lane 2 from Magdalen College School Boat Club, Alex Underwood. In lane 3, Clares Court School Boat Club C, Jonathan Nageli. Apologies if I've mispronounced that. And in lane 4, Max Pianta from Clares Court School. And in lane 5, from Tideway Scullers School A, Laith Susu. And again, apologies if I've mispronounced. And in lane 6, Thomas Fuller from Eton, sorry, not from Eton at all, from Exeter Rowing Club Limited.
J17 single sculls, final B.
At the 1,000-metre mark, lane 4, Clares Court was in the lead, but and in second place, Magdalen College School Boat Club. In third place, Royal Shrewsbury School Boat Club. In fourth, Clares Court School C. In fifth, Royal Shrewsbury, and in sixth, Exeter Rowing Club. So the leader at 1,500 is Max Pianta of Clares Court School, followed by Alex Underwood of Magdalen College School Boat Club, and in third, in lane 1, Julian Walsh from Royal Shrewsbury School Boat Club. And it looks like those three will be fighting it for the places, although the other Clares Court gunner, Jonathan Nageli, is pushing hard to keep up, as is the Tideway Scullers sculler. And Clares Court School, Max Pianta is pushing hard now and has pushed out to a decent lead coming in now towards the last few strokes, trying to keep it long and strong. And lanes 1 and 2, it looks pretty close now as they really push hard for the last 100 metres of this race. Looks like lane 2, Alex Underwood just ahead of Julian Walsh from Royal Shrewsbury School. And that's first for Max Pianta from Clares Court School, followed by Alex Underwood from Magdalen College, and it's pretty close. Was pretty close between Julian Walsh and Dave Susu from Tideway Scullers School, so we'll just wait for the official verdict from that from the umpires. On the course now, we have final B of the Open J17 singles. In lane 1, Nick Babst from Team Keen Sculling School. In lane 2, Peter Crossley from Magdalen College School Boat Club A. In lane 3, Oliver Spence from Clares Court School Boat Club. In lane 4, William Lydiard from Clares Court School. In lane 5, Oscar Holborn from Wallingford Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Zach Smiley McCormack from Weybridge Rowing Club. And at 1,000 metres, it's Peter Crossley from Magdalen College School Boat Club in the lead, followed by Oliver Spence from Clares Court and Oscar Holborn from Wallingford Rowing Club in third. Looks like Nick Babst and Zach Smiley McCormack from Team Keen and from Weybridge Rowing Club have been dropped in this race, but there's a long way to go. There's always the opportunity to put in that big drive and get back into it.
Final A. Peterborough City, Clare's Court B, Whitgift, Clare's Court A, St George's College, Clare's Court D. Attention.
This race looks pretty tight. We can see here in the finish tower, Peter Crosley from Magdalen College and Oliver Spence from Clare's Court are battling it out as we come towards the 500-metre mark.
Yeah, that was probably like 2 boat lengths to Reading. Yeah. But Reading just looks a bit longer. Looks a bit more
So going through 1500, Clare's Court were Ollie Spence was leading, followed by his compatriot William Liddard, and in very, very close behind is Peter Crossley from Magdalen College School Boat Club, and very, very tight with Oscar Holborn from Wallingford Rowing Club. Looks now like the Clare's Court sculler. Max Spence, Oliver Spence, apology, has just pushed ahead now. He's taking his compatriot with him, maybe. William Lydiard is just managing to stick with him. And they're beginning to drop the Magdalen College sculler, Peter Crossley, now. And the 2 Clare's Court scullers, I'm sure Tom Jost, the lead coach at Clare's Court, will be happy with this performance. My own sculling partner, John Raya, who's probably coached some of these youngsters. And it's a really big push here, just on the line. Oh, this is going to be tight. I think fast side, Oliver Spence just had that over William Lydiard. Probably just a canvas at most. And Magdalen College in third. Peter Crossley just over Wallingford Rowing Club, Oscar Holborn. A great race there through the last 50 strokes. Weybridge over the line in 5th, and finally Team King, Nick Babster in 6th place in lane 1.
And after that excellent B final of the Open J17 singles, we're now on to the A final of Open J17 singles. In lane 1 from Peterborough City Rowing Club, we've got Matthew Hand. In lane 2 from Clare's Court, Matthew Creaser. In lane 3 from Whitgift School, we've got Ali El Sayed. In lane 4 from Clare's Court again, we've got Harry Reinert. In lane 5 from St George's College, Harrison Peck. And in lane 6, another sculler from Clare's Court, Luke Lyons. And at the halfway mark, at the 1,000 metres, the race is being led by Harry Reinett from Clare's Court School. After that, it's quite difficult to tell from the finish tower angle, but it looks quite a close race between a number of the other scullers. But Clare's Court, Harry Reinett is definitely in the lead. Coming up to 1,500 metres gone, 3/4 of the way through the race. This is still being led in the A final, the gold medal position, by Harry Reinett of Clare's Court School, followed by Ali El Sayed from Whitgift School. And as we come up to the last 250 metres, the scullers are becoming quite spread out compared with some of the races we've had so far this afternoon. Harry Reinett looking extremely confident in this A final of J17 single sculls, with a lead of about 4 lengths from Ali El Sayed of Whitgift School. Then there's a much tighter race for positions 3 and 4 for the bronze medal, between Luke Lyons of Clare's Court, who's over in lane 6, and Harrison Peck of St George's in lane 5. But coming up to the line now, with about 100 metres left to go in this A final of Open J17 single sculls, Harry Reinett of Clare's Court School is sculling extremely confidently, long, powerfully. Just put his rating up very slightly for the line, but there's no need to do anything dramatic, because he has a lead of several lengths of clear water as he crosses the line for the gold medal, ahead of Ali El Sayed from Whitgift School, also sculling very, very confidently, very long. But there's a very, very tight race now for the bronze medal position, with Luke Lyons of Clare's Court just in the lead, holding about a canvas lead over the sculler from St George's next to him. So that's Harrison Peck of St George's, and then followed by Matthew Cresser of Clare's Court in 5th. And then coming up to the line now in 6th place in this final of Open J17 singles is Matthew Hand of Peterborough City Rowing Club. Now on the course, we've got the A final again of Open J16 single sculls this time, the next age group down. In lane 1, it's Clare's Court School, Charles Bailey. In lane 2, Northwich Rowing Club, Freddie Cushion. In lane 3, Tideway Sculler School A, Morley Pendred. In lane 4, Exeter Rowing Club, Rhys Stevenson. In lane 5, for South African Schools Rowing Union, Zane Newman. And in lane 6, Ben Hughes of Walbrook Rowing Club. And as they went through the 500-metre marker, Rhys Stevenson from Exeter Rowing Club was showing an early lead over Tideway Sculler School, Morley Pendred. In 3rd place was the South African sculler Zane Newman. In 4th place, Freddie Cushion of Northwich Rowing Club. In 5th place, Charles Bailey of Clare's Court. And in 6th place, Ben Hughes of Walbrook Rowing Club. They're now just reaching the 1,000-metre mark, the halfway point in this race. And Rhys Stevenson of Exeter Rowing Club maintains a strong lead.
Charlie! Okay, Freddie! 1 minute! Forward, Charlie!
second wave. We started it with
So there's been a big change round in this race of the A final of Open J16 singles. Unfortunately, Rhys Stevenson from Exeter Rowing Club, who was leading after 500 metres, has now capsized. He's quite safe. He's being rescued by the safety boats. And so the race is now being led by Morley Pendrid of Tideway Scullers School, who is now approaching 250 metres to go. And he's got quite a comfortable lead over the next two scullers, who are Freddie Cushion of Northwich Rowing Club and Zane Newman of South African Schools Rowing Union. Well into the red boys now in the last 250 metres of this final A of the Open J16 single sculls. Morley Pendrid of Tideway Scullers School sculling really confidently. He's got several lengths of clear water ahead of the rest of the field, just having a little look round to see where the line is. With a moderate rating, just putting his rating up very slightly as he approaches the line, but there's no need to do anything dramatic in order to secure the gold medal in this race. However, the race is on for the silver medal, and at the moment it's just being held by Zane Newman of South African Schools Rowing Union, sculling very confidently as he comes up to the line. Yeah, and he's actually now pulled out to a length's lead over Freddie Cushion of Northwich Rowing Club. Those three scullers cross the line considerably ahead of the rest of the field. So now approaching the line in lane 1, we've got Charles Bailey of Clare's Court School Boat Club, rowing long at quite a high rating as he comes up to the line, showing what he can do. And following him is Ben Hughes of Walbrook Rowing Club in lane 6. Just coming up to the line now, and unfortunately Rhys Stevenson of Exeter Rowing Club did not finish the race. So on the course at the moment, spectators will notice Rhys Stevenson of Exeter Rowing Club from the previous race, who unfortunately capsized earlier on in the race, but he's back in his boat and he's completing the course up to the finish. However, behind him, we have the A final of the women's J15 single sculls, the first women's final of the day. In lane 1, we have a sculler from Globe Rowing Club, Selam Tudel. In lane 2, Bella MacDonald of Bradford Grammar. In lane 3, Jemima Don of Clare's Court School. In lane 4, Isabel Jeans of Headington School. The sculler from Kew House School, who was drawn into lane 5, has scratched. So in lane 5 instead, we've got a Hetty Olney from Marlow Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Caitlin McMullen of Northwich Rowing Club. When the women's J15 single sculls A final went through the 500-metre marker, Isabel Jeans of Headington School Oxford Rowing Boat Club was showing in an early lead. She was followed by Selam Tuwelde of Globe Rowing Club over in lane 1. Then in third position was Hetty Olney of Marlow Rowing Club, followed by Caitlin McMullen of Northwich Rowing Club over in lane 6. Bella MacDonald of Bradford Grammar was in 5th, and Jemima Don of Clare's Court was 6th. So the early leader in the women's J15 single sculls is Isabel Jeans of Headington School Boat Club. Coming through 1,000 metres, Isabel Jeans now has nearly 3 lengths lead. A good amount of clear water over Globe. Globe sculler rowing very strongly at quite a low rate. Beautifully placed catches. She also has about a length of clear water over the sculler in third position, who is now Bella MacDonald of Bradford Grammar. So just confirming that Isabel Jeans is still definitely in the lead at 1,000 metres. She's looking very comfortable with some clear water. Selam Tuelde of Globe is indeed in second position, and Bella McDonald of Bradford Grammar has now moved up to third position, followed by Jemima Don of Clare's Court School. Caitlin McMullen is in fifth position, and Hetty Olney of Marlow Rowing Club has just dropped back a little bit to sixth place. And as this race progresses up to the 1,500 metre point, Isabel Jeans from Headington School, Oxford, is continuing to lead by a considerable distance, just looking really confident. Only J15, but really mature in the way she's racing. She's rating about 27 at the moment, knowing that she's done what she needs to stay ahead, and she can just sit on the rest of the field, not risk making any mistakes by rating any higher. She's rowing long, getting her catches in, right out where she reaches, and then sending the boat strongly through to the finish. So with just over 250 metres to go, Isabel Jeans of Headington School, Oxford, continues to dominate this race, but it's really quite close for positions 2, 3 and 4. Clare's Court in lane 3 has now moved into second place. Jemima Don of Clare's Court, that is, followed by Selam Tuelde of Globe Rowing Club. And about a length down from her, which isn't very much in a single scull at all, is Bella McDonald of Bradford Grammar School Boat Club. So really quite close. There's only 2 lengths or so in it for positions 2, 3 and 4 between those 3 scullers from Globe, from Bradford and from Clare's Court. But as we come up to the line with about 100 metres left to go, Isabel Jeans of Headington School, Oxford, has done an excellent job of controlling this race really from the start. Rowing very low rate, but very, very effectively, moving her boat really smoothly through the water in these excellent conditions. She's just looking around to see where the finish tower is in the last few strokes as she comes up to the line to win this A final of the women's J15 single sculls. The race for silver is very much on, and it's the sculler from Clare's Court, Jemima Don, who is going to cross the line second, followed by Selam Tuelde of Globe Rowing Club, with half a length lead over Bella McDonald from Bradford Grammar School Boat Club. And in fifth place, approaching the line now, is Caitlin McMullen of Northwich Rowing Club, followed by Hetty Olney of Marlow Rowing Club. A really great display of very competent sculling from these young women in the women's J15 single sculls A final. Now on the course, we've got the A final of the women's J14 double sculls. These are the youngest competitors we have here today at the scullery. There are just 5 crews in this final. In lane 2, Hereford Cathedral School. In lane 3, AB7 Boat Club. In lane 4, Lee Rowing Club. In lane 5, Maidenhead Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Walton Rowing Club. The race is just going through the 1,000-metre mark, but when they went through the 500-metre mark, Lee Rowing Club had the lead over Maidenhead Rowing Club in second place, AB7 in third place, Walton Rowing Club in fourth place, and Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club in fifth place. Quite tight between most of the leading doubles in this race. As the race went through the halfway point, Lee continued to lead. They had a lead of about 5 seconds over Maidenhead, who were still in second place, as those two crews had been from the beginning of the race, and they're just stretching out their lead over the other crews. AB7 are still in third place, but Walton and Hereford Cathedral School are about level in fourth equal position. The race is now coming up to 500 metres to go, and you can start seeing that Lee and Maidenhead have quite a dominant position over the other crews in this race. Lee leading over Maidenhead with 1/4 of the race left to go. Maidenhead had to correct their steering just a little bit a few strokes ago, having drifted out over the buoys. They're now heading towards the other side of the lane, but they're still very much pressing Lee Rowing Club for the gold medal. Lee Rowing Club, though, maintaining a lead of about a length at the moment, looking just very relaxed and confident. Maidenhead perhaps have been shaken into action by their brush with the boys. They've really pressed on. These crews are having a fantastic race now. Maidenhead rating a little bit higher, and with just about half a canvas between them and Lee Rowing Club. Really exciting racing as they're coming to the line from these women's J14 doubles, the youngest competitors that we've got here. Very mature. These women know exactly what they're doing and how to go about racing. Lee have now just stretched out their small lead again and have now got a lead of about 1 length over Maidenhead Rowing Club as they come up to the line. Lee sitting tall, crossing the line in gold medal position, followed 1 length later by Maidenhead Rowing Club. Really, really mature sculling from these young scullers. And in third place, we've got AB7 Boat Club. It's coming up to the line now with a few strokes to go in the middle of the course. AB7 crossing the line for the bronze medal in women's J14 double sculls. And completing this final, Hereford Cathedral School over in lane 2 and Walton Rowing Club in lane 6. So Hereford Cathedral School finishing in 5th position and Walton Rowing Club coming in to take 6th place in the women's J14 double sculls. course, we have the B final for the women's J15 double sculls, women who are a year older than the ones we've just seen finishing. In lane 1, we've got Lee Rowing Club. In lane 2, Headington School. In lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club. In lane 4, Fulham Reach Boat Club. In lane 5, Maidenhead Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Lee again. So it's the Lee A crew are in lane 6 and the Lee B crew are in lane 1 on the opposite side of the course. As they went through 500 metres, Marlow Rowing Club were the early leaders, followed by Fulham Reach and then Maidenhead in 3rd position.
I don't know, to be honest, but it's just there's still a few hours left. Can we take it from here, then you can go back? Alright.
And as the race went through the halfway point, Marlow continued to lead. They had a lead of about 4.5 seconds by this point. But Fulham Reach and Maidenhead have changed positions since in the second 500 metres of the race. So Maidenhead went through the halfway in 2nd, followed by Fulham Reach. Really quite close though, and with Headington School Oxford in 4th place, not very far behind at all.
Yeah. Yes.
You might have cut by now.
Are you
even looking at
Are you just following the main one? Are you trying to get a broad spectrum?
Just past the 1500 metre mark with just the last quarter of the race to go. Marlow are continuing to lead, but Headington School, who were in 4th position at halfway, have now moved on up. They've pushed on very hard, so it's very, very close indeed between Headington and then Fulham Reach and Maidenhead. So Headington are in lane 2, Fulham Reach in lane 4 and Maidenhead in lane 5 for 2nd, 3rd and 4th position. And we're now getting the drone shot, which actually shows that Marlow's lead is a little bit more than we thought it was. They've got about 1.5 lengths lead, but Headington are definitely in 2nd position now. They've come up really strongly. 3rd place, there's absolutely nothing to choose at all between Fulham Reach and Maidenhead Rowing Club. Oh, except that Maidenhead are now pushing on. They've maybe got a couple of feet over Fulham Reach. There's some excellent racing here from these young women in the B final of women's J15 doubles. Into the last 200 metres of the race though, Marlow Rowing Club are sculling really, really confidently, reaching out long and are maintaining their lead. They have clear water over Headington School Boat Club, who are in 2nd position. But Headington themselves are being pressed closely by Fulham Reach and Maidenhead. Maidenhead is in 3rd position, Fulham Reach in 4th position. Really close racing here, showing the benefit of running time trials to select crews that are of a very similar standard to row in the finals together. Coming up to the line, Marlow Rowing Club going to win the B final of the women's J15 double sculls, followed by Headington School Oxford. And in 3rd place, we have Maidenhead Rowing Club, and in 4th place, Fulham Reach. Again, another really close race for 5th position. Ooh, which I can't call between the 2 crews, the 2 doubles from Lee Rowing Club.
I'll stay here for like an hour or two.
On the course now, we have the final of the women's J15 double. In lane 1, Tideway Scullers School. In lane 2, Walton Rowing Club. In lane 3, Peterborough City Rowing Club. In lane 4, King's School Chester. In lane 5, Hennington Boat Club A. And in lane 6, South African Schools Rowing Union. Going through the 500-metre mark, Hennington School were leading, followed by South African Schools. In 3rd, Peterborough City. In 4th, King's School Chester. In 5th, Peterborough City Rowing Club, and in 6th place, Tideway Scullers. Not much in it though between the first three, less than a second between the first three scullers through the 500 metres. They're now coming up to 500 to go. So it looks like the racing now is between lane 2, Walton Rowing Club, lane 4, King's School Chester, and lane 5, Hennington School Boat Club. Lane 6 is still in as well, so this is looking like a tight finish for the last 750 metres of this women's J15 double sculls A final. But South African Schools Rowing Union here in lane 6 may have just taken the others by surprise. They're slightly out of line of sight for the crews in the middle, and they put a big push in the last 250 metres, and I'd say they're leading now by around about a length. Followed by Hennington School in 2nd, and lane 2, Walton Rowing Club in 3rd, closely followed by Peterborough City Rowing Club in lane 3. South African crew continue to maintain their lead as we come into the last 150 metres or so, and are pushed out away. So a long journey for these young women, and looks like they're going to win the A final of the women's J15 sculls. Now a couple of double sculls, now a 3 lengths up on Hennington in 2nd, with a close race for 3rd between Walton Rowing Club and Peterborough. Walton just have half a length over Peterborough as they come into the last 10 or so strokes, and Peterborough just pushing. On the course now, we have the B final of the women's J14 coxed quads. In lane 1, Great Marlow School. In lane 2, Kingston Rowing Club. In lane 3, Henley Rowing Club C. In lane 4, Molesey Boat Club A. In lane 5, City of Bristol Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Hereford Cathedral School Boat Club. Going through the 500-metre mark in this women's J14 coxed quads B final. In first place, City of Bristol. Second were Molesey Boat Club. In third, Kingston Rowing Club. In fourth, Henley Rowing Club. In fifth, Hereford Cathedral School. And in sixth, Great Marlow School. Coming up to 1,000 metres, Bristol built a solid lead now, probably of 3 lengths over the next 3 crews. Pretty close together. That's Kingston, Henley and Molesey, all pretty tight in there for the second and third positions in this B final. So City of Bristol continuing to lead this race, coming up to the 12:50 mark. And the second and third places look to be between Kingston, Henley and Molesey Boat Club. It looks like Great Marlow School and Hereford Cathedral School have been dropped off the back a little bit. City of Bristol continue to lead this B final of the women's J14 coxed quads. Able to sit on the front and stay relaxed. The competition though for second and third and fourth is still pretty tight between Kingston, Henley and Molesey Boat Club. As we come towards the tail end of this race now, as the crews are going through the 500-metre mark, City of Bristol continue to lead with Henley just starting to push back at them now, followed by Kingston in third. And it's close for fourth between Molesey and Great Marlow School. City of Bristol continues to scull really nicely, maintaining a comfortable lead over Henley now, who probably got about 2 lengths over Molesey Boat Club in third, with Kingston in fourth. City of Bristol have dominated this race from the start and have been able to control it all the way down the course, sculling really nicely now as they come to cross the line. Henley have pushed away from the pack. They were in that fight with Kingston and Molesey for second and third, and now have a comfortable lead to come in second. Molesey and Kingston still battling it out. Molesey with around about a half a length lead over Kingston as we come to the line. And they maintain that as they cross the line. Coming in fourth place is Great Marlow School in lane 1, followed by Hereford Cathedral School over here in lane 6. We have found a bank card belonging to a Mr. Spittle. It is at registration if you'd like to go and collect it and recover your bank card from registration. That's Mr. Spittle. On the course now, we have the A final of the women's J14 coxed quads in lane 1, Henley Rowing Club B in lane 2, Headington School Oxford Boat Club in lane 3, Henley Rowing Club A in lane 4, Wimbledon High School Boat Club A in lane 5, Maidenhead Rowing Club, and in lane 6, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club. Going through the 500-metre mark, Henley were leading from Wimbledon High School Boat Club and Maidenhead in third, Headington A in fourth, Sir William Borlase in fifth, and Henley Rowing Club B in sixth. As we progress through the race now, looks like Henley Rowing Club are pushed out to a fairly comfortable lead as they approach the 500-metre to go mark. With Headington probably in a clear second and the rest fighting it out for third. So Henley continue to lead with Headington in second and Wimbledon Maidenhead fighting it out for the third place. But it looks like Wimbledon are trying to push back on Headington in second. Maidenhead look like they're being dropped now to fourth. Henley continuing to scull nicely now down towards the last 20 strokes to the finish in this final of the women's J14 coxed quads. Really pushing it, and now we've got still looking pretty close for second and third. Wimbledon just really pushing back at Headington now. This is going to get quite close between Wimbledon High School and Headington as we approach the line. Headington trying to put a drive in now to keep that second place, and they're just ahead. No, Wimbledon are back ahead, and I think Wimbledon have just pipped that from Headington on the line. No more than a couple of feet in it, with Maidenhead coming in fourth, followed by Henley Rowing Club A and Sir William Borlase Boat Club over here in lane 6 in 6th place.
So William Perkins, lane 3. Just cut straight across to your lane, please, Perkins. Do not turn towards the positive.
Just getting onto the start now, we have the B final of the women's J14 coxed ox. Great boat for youngsters to start to learn in, relatively stable, easy for the coaches to get 8 youngsters or 9 youngsters with a cox in the boat at the same time. Boat goes relatively fast for beginners, so we should be in for some exciting racing. We've got the B and the A final now of the women's J14 coxed ox. In lane 1 in the B final, Surbiton High School Boat Club E. In lane 2, Bedford Girls School Rowing Club. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Putney High School Boat Club A. In lane 5, Tideway Scullers School. In lane 6, Surbiton High School Boat Club C. You can just see now from the cameras that the crews are just getting ready to get onto the start for this B final.
Do not turn towards the pontoon. Please just paddle straight across at an angle and then spin in your lane.
So we're just watching the octuples getting on the start now. The last crew's just about to back onto the start. It's a big thing. We're just discussing up here in the finish tower for these youngsters. This is probably the first time they've raced on a big course like this. It's not straightforward getting an octuple onto a start, and actually they've done really well. They haven't crashed into each other. 5 of the crews are now on, and we're just waiting for the last crew to attach themselves before this B final comes down the course. So the crews now are all ready to start this race. The women's J14 octuple B final. In lane 1, Surbiton High School Boat Club E. In lane 2, Bedford Girls School Rowing Club A. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Putney High School Boat Club A. In lane 5, Tideway Scullers School. In lane 6, Surbiton High School Boat Club C. Crews are now forward and just waiting for the start.
Attention.
And they're away now, so B final underway. Nice clean start from all crews. "96 blades on the water at the same time, almost in unison.
Race 49. Women's J14 octuples final A. Sir William Borlase, lane 1. Wimbledon High School, A crew, lane 2. Headington School, lane 3. Surbiton High School, A crew, lane 4.
So it looks like Bedford,
No,
No.
it's lane 3.
looks like Sir William Perkins School have had a bit of a shipwreck in lane 3. Someone's lost their blade. They're just trying to recover it now. Just coming up to the 500-meter mark. Going through in first place, Putney High School Boat Club A. In second place, William Perkins School A. In third, Surbiton High School Boat Club C. In fourth, Bedford High School A in 5th, Tideway Scullers School, and in 6th, Surbiton High School Boat Club E. Bedford, though, since then have had a bit of a shipwreck. No, not Bedford, apologies. Sir William Perkins have had a bit of a shipwreck. I think they've got themselves going again just to try and recover. Plenty of time to try and get back into this race, but a bit of a task for them now. Going through the 750 mark, Putney High School continued to lead.
Let's go, Scullers! Halfway! Great work, Surbiton! Go ahead, BTS!
So going through 1,000, Putney continued to lead with Surbiton High School 2nd, Tideway Scullers in 3rd, Bedford High School, Bedford Girls School in 3rd. Putney continue to dominate the race with a fairly comfortable lead over the rest of the crews. I think it's Bedford Girls School Rowing Club A in 2nd. And the rest of the pack are still pretty much in it, with the exception of William Perkins have recovered very well from their earlier shipwreck and have got themselves back in the mix. Coming now through into the last 500, Putney High School continued to lead fairly comfortably from the rest of the field in this B final of the J14 octuple sculls, women's octuple sculls. Tideway Scullers are 2nd. Very, very close though are Surbiton High School Boat Club C, probably just a quarter of a length down on Scullers. William Perkins had a really great recovery and have just managed now to pull through Bedford Girls School into 3rd place. Sorry, that's 4th place. Putney continue to lead comfortably. Tideway Scullers in 2nd as we come through now into the last 20 strokes for the Putney High School crew. Really well rowed. They've dominated this race from the start. Still taking the rating up for the last few strokes of the race, despite a very comfortable lead. Sculls, though, still in a bit of a fight for second. Probably about a length up on Surbiton High School on their outside. Just need to make sure they continue through to the line. They've still got a length. Surbiton just coming through to overlap, but I think they've left that recovery just a little bit too late. Sculls will be very happy to see that line for second place in this B final. Half a length behind them, Surbiton High School. William Perkins in fourth, Bedford Girls School in fifth, and Surbiton High School Boat Club E crew in sixth. On the course now, we have the final of the women's J14 coxed octuples in lane 1. Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club. In lane 2, we have Wimbledon High School Boat Club A. In lane 3, Headington School Oxford Boat Club B. In lane 4, Surbiton High School Boat Club A. In lane 5, Team Keene Sculling School A. And in lane 6, Surbiton High School Boat Club B. So this looks like a close race. They've just gone through the 500-meter mark. I'm just looking at the camera angles now. It looks like Headington B and Wimbledon High School Boat Club A are in a bit of a tussle for first place. Crews now settling into their race rhythm. So going through 1,000 metres, Headington with about just over a length lead over Surbiton High School. Over Wimbledon, sorry. Two Surbiton crews in third and fourth. Just to confirm the positions at 500 metres in this final, Headington School B were in first place with Wimbledon High School Boat Club 3 seconds behind them in second. In third, Surbiton High School Boat Club B. In fourth, Surbiton High School Boat Club A. In going through the 1,000 metres, Headington Boat Club B continue to maintain their lead. with Wimbledon High School B in second, Surbiton High School B in third, Surbiton High School A in fourth, Team Keene in fifth, and Sir William Borlase Grammar School in sixth. So Headington continue to lead. Wimbledon High School, though, continue to push them. So Headington can't rest on their laurels, although I think Headington look like they're sculling well, keeping it neat and tidy. Going through 1500, Headington School continue to lead. Wimbledon High School in second. Surbiton High School Boat Club B in third. Team Keene in fourth. Coming now through into the last 150 metres. Headington continue to lead. Clearwater over Wimbledon in second. Wimbledon being pushed now, though, by Surbiton High School. Wimbledon should be able to maintain second. Surbiton pushing really, really hard with the other Surbiton crew pushing through on this side as well. This should be very, very tight for third and fourth. Wimbledon coming through now second, with Surbiton third and Surbiton fourth. Canvas between them, so very close racing there between the two Surbiton crews. Headington took that race at the beginning and maintained a comfortable lead all the way through. And very close now for fifth and sixth between Team Keene and Sir William Borlase. And Team Keene just get that by around about half a length.
So after the excitement of those really big boats, we're now back down to quads again, but it's the oldest girls here in the regatta. We've got the B final of the Women's School Junior coxless quads. 6 crews in this race. In lane 1, Surbiton High School B. In lane 2, Great Marlow School. In lane 3, Warrington Rowing Club. In lane 4, Sir William Borlase Grammar School Boat Club A. In lane 5, Molesey Boat Club A. And in lane 6, Kingston Rowing Club. At 1,000 metres, Warrington Rowing Club are in the lead in first place, Molesey second, Kingston third, Borlase fourth, followed by Surbiton and then Great Marlow. But looking down the course, you can see that the crews are still quite close together, and we've got a really good race going on here in the B final of the Women's School Junior coxless quads.
Thanks for dinner.
And in this B final of the Women's School Junior Cox Quads, at 1,000 metres, there was only 1 second separating the top 3 crews. It's still very tight, but the positions have changed a little bit. Warrington Rowing Club continue to lead, but Kingston Rowing Club in lane 6 have now moved up to 2nd place, and Molesey Boat Club are now in 3rd, followed by William Borlase in 4th, Surbiton in 5th, and Great Marlow in 6th. Certainly right up at the top of this race, it's very, very tight. And Kingston are actually pushing through in lane 6, rowing really, really well. And in lane 3, Warrington are still just maintaining their lead. There's only about a canvas in it now. Kingston are really attacking very well. Very mature racing from these of the oldest of the junior women. Warrington continue to lead with Sir William Borlase in 3rd position, but Kingston Rowing Club in 2nd position. They've really moved on in this race. And over in lane 1, Surbiton High School are pressing hard for 3rd position. It's very, very close here. Into the last 200 metres, Warrington Rowing Club with a really, really fine display of sculling, exquisite catch timing, are pressing on for the line. Kingston Rowing Club also very, very good with their catch timing, very strong positions, are in 2nd place, and yet Kingston Rowing Club are going to come through in 2nd, and I think Borlase just get 3rd position, with Molesey and Surbiton in 4th equal, and then Great Marlow really not very far behind at all in 6th position. A really great piece of racing in the B final of the Women's School Junior Quads. Just past 500 metres on the course now. We've got the A final of the Women's School Junior Quads. This is a 7-boat race because of timing in the time trials this morning. And going through the 500 metre marker, Shiplake College were showing in the lead, followed by Wycliffe College, followed by Marlow Rowing Club A. Then in 4th place, Surbiton High School A. In 5th position, Tideway Scullers A. In 6th position, Lee Rowing Club A. And in 7th position, Hinksey Sculling School. Very, very close racing in this A final of the Women's School Junior Coxless Quads. The race has now gone into the last 500 metres. Still really, really close. Impossible to tell from the angles here in the commentary tower. When the crews went through the 500 metre mark, there was less than a second between the first 3, and it's remained really, really competitive since then, particularly the 3 crews in the middle of the course, who are Wycliffe in lane 3, Marlow in lane 4 and Shiplake in lane 5, who were the early leaders. But really, from this angle, there's almost nothing to choose between these crews. Possibly Marlow in lane 4 has just gone into a small lead. Yeah, they've got about half a length over Shiplake. And in fact, Shiplake and Whitcliffe in lane 3 are pretty much level. Excellent standard of sculling here, as you would expect from the oldest women in this junior regatta, the Women's School Junior Coxless Quads. Really fine race in the centre of the course. Marlow continuing to lead by half a length. The ratings are pushing up in all 3 crews. There's everything to play for as they come into the last 100 metres up to the line, particularly for silver and bronze. Those 3 crews have got the medals, but who is going to get the silver? Who's going to get the bronze? Marlow just hang on by half a length to win the gold, followed by Shiplake for silver, and Whitcliffe take the bronze medal. Excellent sculling from those 3 crews. Also extremely competent sculling with the other 4 boats in this final. Coming over the line now is Surbiton, followed by Tideway Scullers, Lee, and Hinksey Sculling School in 7th place. And the next race has just started. It's the B final of the Women's J16 Coxless Quads. In lane 1, Fulham Reach. In lane 2, Sir William Perkins's School, B. In lane 3, Stratford-upon-Avon Boat Club, A. In lane 4, Tideway Scullers, A. In lane 5, Surbiton High School, B. And in lane 6, the South African Schools Rowing Union, A crew. And this B final of the Women's J16 Coxless Quads has now moved into the second quarter of the race at the 500-metre gone marker. It was very close between the first 2 crews, but Tideway Scullers were just leading over Stratford-upon-Avon in second place. Then in third, we had Surbiton High School. In fourth, over in lane 6, South African Schools. Then William Perkins in fifth position, and Fulham Reach just in 6th position. But very close racing between all 6 of these crews in the B final of the Women's J16 Quads. We can see the crews just coming through the 1,000-metre marker now on our feed. Scullers are continuing to lead, but all 6 boats are overlapped with each other. This is a really, really excellent race. Some great timing from all of the crews, very neat sculling. very high pressure psychologically to race like this. You're not getting easy results for the huge amount of effort that they're all putting in, and they're all having to scull their absolute best to try and inch out a tiny bit of distance over their opponents. And at the halfway point in that race, the same two crews were leading, but not by very much. So it's still Tideway Scullers leading the race, followed by Stratford-upon-Avon. Then there'd been a little bit of a change round. Sir William Perkins School had moved up into third position. Surbiton High School had been overtaken by them, so they've moved down into fourth. Similarly, South African Schools Rowing Union have moved down into fifth, and Fulham Reach remain in sixth. But it is a very close race. Nobody's getting dropped out the back. All six of the crews are racing very much in a pack, and it's neck and neck. Lovely rhythm from a lot of these crews. They look like they're rating quite low when we've taken the ratings on them. A lot of them are up at 32. Looks much more comfortable than that because of the excellent way that they're making their boats run, rowing really, really efficiently, slotting their catches in very neatly. We're past the 1,500 metre marker now, just 500 metres left to go, a little bit less than that in this B final of the women's J16 quads. Tideway Scullers continue to lead. And then there's very much a close pack behind them. Fulham Reach are just on the back of that pack, but the other four crews are very close. I think in second place it's still Stratford-upon-Avon, although they might in fact just have been overtaken by Willie Perkins in lane 2, and the South African Schools are also pushing very hard in lane 6. So it's Tideway Scullers leading, and then a blanket second place between Sir William Perkins, Stratford-upon-Avon and South African Schools Rowing Union, with Surbiton High School in 5th position. Yeah, and really into the last 150 metres of this race, Tideway Scullers are hanging on. They've got about, at most, 3/4 of a length lead. They're beginning to take their rating up. They need to make sure they can secure this race. They've led for so long. South African Schools are pushing on. They're now in second position, right over in lane 6, nearest the tower. This is really excellent racing. 4 or 5 crews all overlapped here as we come up to the line. Tideway Scullers holding on to their rating, not going through the roof, but just loading on the power. Tideway Scullers win. In second place, it's Stratford-upon-Avon again. South African Schools in third. Willie Perkins in fourth. Surbiton High School 5th. And Fulham Reach in 6th place, a very, very short distance behind the rest of the pack. Great race in the B final of the women's J16 quads.
I'll go and see what the service situation is. Okay.
Now on the course, we've got the A final of the same event, the women's J16 coxless quads. In lane 1, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 2, Surbiton High School A. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School A. In lane 4, Hinksey Sculling School. In lane 5, Sir William Borlase Grammar School A. And in lane 6, Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club A. And the medal final of the women's J16 quads is now past the 500-metre marker. Again, it's going with the draw system, with the fastest crews that qualified, or the crews that qualified fastest in the middle lanes. So Hinksey Sculling School in lane 4 are leading, but it's very close between them and Sir William Borlase School in lane 5, they're second, and Sir William Perkins School in lane 3, who are third. Those three crews, there's less than a second between them when they went through the 500-metre marker. Whitcliffe are 4th, Maidenhead were 5th, and Surbiton A were 6th in the first quarter of the race. You can now see them coming up to 1,000 metres on our feed, and Hinksey Sculling School maintain a lead of just over a canvas. Oh, and they're being pushed hard by William Borlase. And also Whitcliffe in lane 6. Quite low rating with all these crews. They're rowing in a very mature way. They know 2,000 metres is a long way. And in the middle of the race, in the middle 1,000 metres, they're just sticking to their own race plans, rowing as well as they can. Borlase just being warned by the umpire for their steering, and then warned again. They're right over on the boys, challenging into the channel for Whitcliffe. So these crews are trying to push on hard. They are the little pack at the front of the race, but at the same time, they've still got to get their steering right. Lots of things to think about for the steers. And as the crews are going through 1,500 metres, we're still getting the timing showing Hinksey Sculling School leading, but Willie Perks in lane 3 have definitely pressed on, really attacking hard as they're coming into the last quarter of the race. It's still very close. All 6 of these crews substantially overlapped with each other. Great display of sculling in this medal final for the women's J16 coxless quads. Whitcliffe on this side are pushing up. The positions are just changing all the time because there's so little difference between all 6 of these boats. But now we've got the overhead shot. So we've just got Hinksey Sculling School in the lead, but Whitcliffe over on lane 6 nearest the tower are challenging them. Also Willie Perkins in lane 3 are very close to them. I think it's between these 3 crews. So Willie Perkins in lane 3, Hinksey, who've been long time the race leader, in lane 4, and Whitcliffe in lane 6. But in lane 5, William Borlase well overlapped. They've just got some steering challenges. They're steering over towards Whitcliffe. The umpire is warning them with their flag. And I think Whitcliffe are going to have to back off a little bit. William Borlase are going to have to back off. Yes, they have done. So they've given Whitcliffe the clear run. And as we're coming up to the line, it's getting closer and closer for who's going to get the medal in this women's J16 quads final. Hinksey have led for almost all of the race, but they're now really being challenged very strongly by Willie Perkins in lane 3. Oh, and in fact, I think it's Whitcliffe took it just on the line. Very close between Willie Perkins and Hinksey. I'll wait for the umpires to tell us about that. William Borlase, who had the late steering troubles, in 4th. And then Maidenhead and Surbiton over on the far side in lanes 1 and 2, bringing up the race in 5th and 6th. And confirmation of the medals in that A final of the women's J16 quads was a win for Wycliffe. And we're just waiting the final confirmation of the silver and bronze positions. Okay, and just a confirmation of the medals for the A final in the women's J16 quads. Wycliffe did indeed win the gold. Second was Willie Perkins, and third by a very, very small amount was Hinksey Sculling School. And now on the course we've got the D final of the women's J15 coxed quads. This was one of the biggest events in the regatta. We had 43 entries. A lot of them did, or all of them did, time trials this morning. And we've now taken those through to 4 finals. So this is the D final for crews number 19 to 24. In lane 1, we've got King's School Ely. In lane 2, Eton Excelsior. In lane 3, Kingston Grammar School A. In lane 4, Maidenhead Rowing Club A. In lane 5, King's Worcester A. And in 6, another crew from Kingston Grammar School. It's their B crew. And as they went through the 500-metre mark, Kingston Grammar School A were in the lead, followed by Maidenhead and then Kingston Grammar School B. At the halfway point, Kingston Grammar School A continue to lead this D final of the women's J15 coxed quads. But then there's been a little bit of a change around after that. King's School Worcester, who were 4th at 500, have moved up to 2nd place and pushing the next 2 crews down. So Maidenhead are 3rd, Kingston Grammar School B are in 4th, and King's Ely remain in 5th with Eton Excelsior in 6th. And at the 1500-metre mark, there's been change again in this D final of the women's J15 coxed quads. King's Worcester in lane 5 are now leading, followed by Kingston Grammar School B, who are in lane 6, and then Kingston Grammar School A, who are in lane 3. Last 250 metres of this D final of the women's J15 coxed quads. There's it's even more great racing going on, but this is only to be expected as these crews are really pretty much in the top half of this enormous event that had a huge entry. So they've done extremely well to get here. And now they're racing very closely. And we've still got King's School Worcester A in lane 5 in the lead. They're rating 34 and they've got about a length's lead. So if they can keep this clean and the last 100 metres or so of the race, the win is going to be theirs. Behind them, it's very tight between Kingston Grammar School B in lane 6 nearest the tower and Maidenhead in lane 4. So coming up to the line, it's King's Worcester and Kingston Grammar School B just take it over Maidenhead, followed by the Kingston Grammar School A crew. Then we've got King's School Ely and finally Eton Excelsior just crossing the line now. Some excellent tidy rowing in this close fought race.
On the course now, we have the C final of the women's J15 coxed quads in lane 1, Twickenham Rowing Club A. In lane 2, Northwich Rowing Club. In lane 3, Kew House School Boat Club. In lane 4, Walton Rowing Club. In lane 5, Surbiton High School Boat Club C. And in lane 6, Team Keen Sculling School A. At the 500-metre mark, Kew House School Boat Club were leading with Walton second, Team Keen Sculling School third, Northwich Rowing Club fourth, Surbiton High School Boat Club C in fifth, and Twickenham Rowing Club in sixth. At the 1,000-metre mark, it's a pretty tight race here with all crews overlapping, with Kew House just maintaining a slight lead over Walton Rowing Club, but there really is nothing in this race at the 1,000-metre mark. And at 1,000 metres, Kew House continue to lead, but only just from Walton Rowing Club. Followed in third by Team Keen. In fourth, we have Surbiton High School Boat Club C. In fifth, Northwich Rowing Club. And in sixth place, Twickenham Rowing Club. It's very tight, though, still between the first three crews, with Kew House with just about a half a second lead over Walton at the 1,000-metre mark, who had then another second over Team Keen. So everything to play for in the second half of this race. Coming up to the 1,500-metre mark, it looks still like a really tight race. This is where the winter training will really play a part now. The stamina that they built up And for those that haven't, that's where it's going to start to really hurt. Continues as we come now towards the last 250, the red boys. The sign to go for home. It still looks pretty tight across the course with anyone capable of winning. Walton looked to have established a slight lead over Surbiton High School Boat Club C, but there really isn't much in it. And Team Keen Sculling School over here in lane 6, overlapping with Q House, who were leading earlier in the race, still in touch in 4th place. Walton and Surbiton now, probably not much more than a canvas between them as they come into the last 20-30 strokes of the race. 3 now who's got it in the legs. It looks to me like Walton are just pushing ahead now of the rest of the field. Really, really big push though from Surbiton High School Boat Club. On this side as well in lane 5, within half a length now of Walton. They're really pushing through to the line. It's going to make it difficult for the umpires again to make a decision on this one. I would say that Walton have just held on by a canvas over Surbiton High School in 2nd, and really close for 3rd between Team King and Q House, followed by Northwick's Rowing Club and Twickenham Rowing Club. So we now have on the course the B final of the women's J15 coxed quads. In lane 1, Great Marlow School. In lane 2, Surbiton High School Boat Club B. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club B. In lane 4, Marlow Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Walbrook Rowing Club A. And in lane 6, Llandaff Rowing Club. Going through the 500-metre mark, Llandaff had established a slight lead over Marlow Rowing Club, followed by Walbrook in 3rd, Surbiton High School in 4th, Sir William Perkins in 5th, and Great Marlow School in 6th. Llandaff had maintained that lead at the 1,000-metre mark, with Marlow Rowing Club staying in 2nd. Surbiton High School Boat Club B have moved up to 3rd, with Walbrook in 4th, Great Marlow School in 5th, and Sir William School's B in 6th. Just to clarify, the third place for that C final in the J15 coxed quads, it literally was a bow ball with Team Keen just taking it over Q House in lane 3. Great racing in these women's J15 coxed quads. Now at the 1500 metre mark in the B final, Clondaff have maintained their lead in lane 6 over Marlow Rowing Club in lane 4. Surbiton High School seem to have had stopped rowing. I'm not sure what's happened there. They had a bit of a shipwreck. Can't quite see what's happened to Surbiton, but they've definitely dropped off now. The race for first still appears to be Clondaff leading. With Marlow Rowing Club pushing them hard, and St William Perkins and Great Marlow School still in the mix over in lane 1. So the seeding in this race not quite working. In the lane 6 should have been one of the slower courses, but Clondaff went off hard and have maintained their lead all the way through. Clondaff looking very, very tidy. And Marlow second, with Sir William Perkins in third. So looks like a win. Looks like a win for Clondaff, followed by Marlow, Sir William Perkins, and very, very tight for fourth between Walbrook and Great Marlow. I think Walbrook just edged that over the line. Great row there from Clondaff. Surbiton sorted out whatever happened a little bit further down the course and have recovered to come in 6th. The A final of the women's J14 coxed quads is underway. In lane 1 we have Falcon Boat Club A. In lane 2 Marlow Rowing Club B. In lane 3 Surbiton High School A. In lane 4 Kingston Rowing Club A. In lane 5 Sir William Perkins A. And in lane 6 Molesey Rowing Club. Going through the 500 metre mark, Marlow Rowing Club has established a slight lead over Surbiton High School A, who in turn were leading Sir William Perkins, who were third. In 4th place, Kingston Rowing Club A. In 5th, Falcon Boat Club, and in 6th, Molesey. So going up to the 1,000 metre mark, it's pretty close, but it looks like Marlow have a slight lead over Sir William Perkins, followed by Surbiton. So just confirming the positions at 1,000 metres. Marlow Rowing Club were first, Surbiton High School Boat Club A was second, Sir William Perkins A in third, Kingston Rowing Club fourth, Fulcrum Boat Club A fifth, and Molesey Boat Club A sixth. Just confirming the results of the Women's J15 Cox Quads B final. Llandaff were first, Marlow Rowing Club A second, Sir William Perkins School Rowing Club B third, Walbrook Rowing Club A fifth, Great Marlow School Boat Club fifth, and Surbiton High School Boat Club B were sixth. Just coming up now to the 1500 metre mark. Looks like Marlow are continuing to maintain a slight lead. So indeed, just getting the timing through. Marlow were first at the 1500 metre mark, Surbiton High School A in second, Sir William Borlase in third, Kingston Rowing Club A in fourth, Fulcrum Boat Club fifth, and Molesey Boat Club A in sixth. Sorry, that was Sir William Perkins in third, not Sir William Borlase. So a pretty tight race now. Marlow and Surbiton looking pretty tight, with Sir William Perkins pushing hard as well. This looks like to be a fantastic finish as we come up here. Marlow just... No, it's not Marlow. It's Surbiton are just pushing their noses ahead now. Probably not the tidiest sculling, but plenty of power going down there. Just starting to push away from the Marlow crew now over these last three strokes. Marlow perhaps slightly neater. But Surbiton are actually pushing now out to half a length as they come through to the last 3 or 4 strokes before the finish. And that's a great win there for Surbiton High School, just about nearly a length over Marlow at the end, with Sir William Perkins coming through in third, with Kingston Rowing Club in fourth, Fulcrum Boat Club in fifth, and Molesey coming through here in lane 6 in sixth. So Surbiton's really timed their push there for the last 500 metres to push through Marlow and just snatch that victory in a great final, the A final of the Women's J15 Cox Quads. On the course now, we have the B final of the Women's Schools Junior 2 doubles. In lane 1, Peterborough Rowing Club. In lane 2, Marlow Rowing Club. In lane 3, King's School Worcester. In lane 4, Walton Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Molesey Boat Club. And in lane 6, Sir William Perkins.
Yeah, Cheska, let's go!
Going through 500 metres, King's School Worcester had established a slight lead over Molesey Boat Club, who were leading Sir William Perkins B. And in fourth, Walton Rowing Club in 5th, Marlow Rowing Club, followed by Peterborough Rowing Club in 6th. Still pretty tight, though, between the first 4 crews, with just about a second and a half between them at the 500-metre mark. I wouldn't read too much, though, into those early positions. For those of you that have watched much rowing, double sculls, the lead can change quite a bit. Probably my favourite race of all time was here in 2012. The men's double sculls final, the heavyweight sculls final. The Kiwis of Nathan Cohen and Joe Sullivan were 6th at 500, 6th at 1,000 and 5th at 500, and then rode through to win over the last 500 metres. So there can be some quite considerable changes in the double scull. At the 1,500-metre mark, Molesey Boat Club were leading, with King's Worcester 2nd, Walton Rowing Club 3rd, Marlow Rowing Club 4th, Peterborough City Rowing Club in 5th, and Sir William Perkins School B in 6th. Looks pretty tight at the front now, though, with King's Worcester and Molesey pretty much neck and neck. Walton in 3rd. And Marlow in 4th. Certainly now, as we come through into the last 30 strokes, everything's in it for this B final. King's Worcester and Molesey batting it. I think King's Worcester have just pushed ahead now over the last 10 strokes. Molesey aren't lost yet, though. They're starting to push the rate up. See if they can come back. King's Worcester sculling nice. They're having a look round, looking for the finish. Still sculling nice and long. And King's Worcester coming through now to win this B final of the Women's Schools Junior double sculls. Molesey 2nd, with Walton Rowing Club just in behind them. Marlow Rowing Club in 4th, Peterborough City 5th, and coming in to 6th place, Sir William Perkins.
And on the course now, in the second 500 metres of the race, we've got the A final of the Women's School Junior doubles. In lane 1, we've got Hartpury University and College Boat Club A. In lane 2, Shiplake A. In lane 3, Sir William Perkins School A. In lane 4, Tideway Scullers A. In lane 5, Reading Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club. And as they went through the 500 metre marker, Tideway Scullers had taken an early lead, and they were followed by Willie Perkins, with Shiplake in 3rd place, Reading in 4th place, Hartpury in 5th place, and Whitcliffe in 6th. So following very much the chevron pattern that they've been drawn into after their time trials. Going through 1,000 metres, Tideway Scullers have pulled out their lead to about a length. Sculling very confidently, quite low rate, strongly and extremely well together. Then there are 2 crews very close, who are Shiplake and Willie Perkins, as they've gone through 500 metres, but really nothing to choose between those 2 crews at halfway. Tideway Scullers are continuing to lead, rating 32, but rowing very strongly, length, and swinging the body angles open really well together. Very fine example, as you'd expect, from the oldest competitors here at this junior sculling regatta in the A final. And as the 6 doubles went through the halfway point, the places remained unchanged from the 500 metre point. So Tideway Scullers continue to lead. They've now pulled out a distance of about 3 seconds over Willie Perkins, who are 2nd, Shiplake are 3rd, Reading Rowing Club 4th, Hartpury 5th, and Whitcliffe 6th. And as the crews went through the 1,500 metre mark gone, Tideway Scullers continue to lead. Now they've stretched their lead out to 4 seconds, but behind them there's been a change of position between Shiplake and Willie Perkins. Shiplake are now in 2nd position, sculling really nicely together, slotting their catches in. Willie Perkins are 3rd, Reading are 4th still, Hartpury 5th still, and Whitcliffe 6th. So just coming into the last couple of 100 metres in the course, Scullers just looking better and better all the time, stretching out their lead. They've got a little bit of clear water over Shiplake, who are in lane 2. Particularly tall athlete in the Scullers crew at bow, but both of them are rowing so well together. Body swing together, sliding together, angles are very good, and they're just very smoothly sculling up to the line with great skill in this medal final of the women's school junior doubles. Yeah, and there they go, over the line to win the gold medal in this event. Shiplake will take the silver, and Sir Willie Perkins will take bronze. Reading Rowing Club are coming in 4th position, just stopping ever so slightly before the line, but it makes no difference at all to the positions. In 5th, we have Hartpury, just coming up to the line now. And in 6th position in this A final, Whitcliffe Junior Rowing Club.
Yeah, well done, girls!
On the course now, we've got the B final of the women's J17 doubles. In lane 2 of this 5-boat race, we've got Wallingford Rowing Club. In lane 3, Fulham Reach. In lane 4, Weybridge Rowing Club A. In lane 5, St George's College. And in lane 6, Lee Rowing Club A. At the 500-metre marker, St George's College were leading, from Fulham Reach in 2nd, Weybridge in 3rd, Wallingford in 4th, and Lee Rowing Club A in 5th place. And so in this B final of the women's J17 doubles, St George's continue to lead as they go through the 1,000-metre marker, with Fulham Reach still in 2nd place. So just confirming the official timing from the 1,000-metre marker in this B final of women's J17 doubles. St George's do continue to lead with Fulham Reach 2nd. Weybridge are still 3rd, but the last 2 crews have swapped around now. Lee Rowing Club are in 4th position, having just edged ahead of Wallingford Rowing Club, who are in 5th. Into the last quarter of the race, St George's continue to lead in this B final of the women's J17 doubles, with Fulham Reach in 2nd place and Weybridge Rowing Club in 3rd place. These 3 have led through all of the timing markers so far, but it's still quite a close race actually between St George's and Fulham Reach. St George's, who row in Weybridge on the Upper Thames, and Fulham Reach, who row down on the Tideway. So St George's have got about 3/4 of a length lead now from Fulham Reach. as they come into the last 150 metres or so of the race. All of these crews sculling very smoothly. With good timing through all of them. Yep, St George's maintaining their lead. It's not particularly large, but it looks relatively comfortable. They're not having to push the rating up to stay ahead. St George's, in the last few strokes before the line, St George's College from Weybridge coming up to win this B final of the women's J17 doubles, followed by Fulham Reach Boat Club, who are looking quite racy, taking it in over the line, making absolutely certain that they come second, ahead of Weybridge Rowing Club in third position. Also quite close between the last two crews, but Lee Rowing Club just reaching the line, about a length ahead of Wallingford Rowing Club, who were in fifth position in this 5-boat race. The A final of the women's J17 doubles is now on the course as well. We've got 6 boats in this one. In lane 1, Walton A. In lane 2, Exeter Rowing Club A. In lane 3, Marlow Rowing Club. In lane 4, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Nottingham and Union A. And in lane 6, Tideway Scullers School A. So all the A crews in this A final, as you might expect. And as they went through the 500-metre marker, Wycliffe were leading. They're in lane 4 in the middle of the race. And then Exeter Rowing Club was second, followed by Nottingham and Union in third, Marlow Rowing Club in fourth, and on the outside, Tideway Scullers fifth, and Walton Rowing Club in sixth. And as they're coming up to 1,000 metres, Wycliffe Rowing Club have now got a good length of clear water over the next 3 crews, looking really confident, sculling very well. Then the next 3 are all quite close together, all overlapped, and that's Exeter Rowing Club, Nottingham and Union Rowing Club and Marlow Rowing Club. So they're very much fighting it out for the silver and bronze medals in this A final of the women's J17 doubles. In the A final of this women's J17 doubles event, Wycliffe continue to lead at halfway, but Marlow Rowing Club have caught up now and are in equal second position with Exeter Rowing Club. Nottingham Union, who were third, have now dropped down to fourth position after Marlow have pushed up, and the last 2 crews remain the same, with Tideway Scullers in fifth and Walton Rowing Club in sixth. So Wycliffe are looking fairly comfortable in the lead of this, but really quite close between the next 3 crews, Marlow, Exeter and Nottingham and Union. Coming up to the last 500 metres, the crew's just going through the 500 metre to go marker, and Wycliffe are just drawing out their lead all the time. At 1,000 metres they had a lead of 6 seconds, which is quite substantial in a double, sculling very, very smoothly. But the real fight is on for the silver and bronze medals further down this race, with Marlow and Exeter really neck and neck, and Nottingham Union snapping at their heels. And in that race for the silver medal position, Marlow have just put their rating up, trying to push ahead of Exeter Rowing Club. And they've been quite successful in doing that. And in fact, in third place now, we've got Nottingham Union Rowing Club, and Exeter have been pushed back down into fourth position again. But right out in front, Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club, with at least 2 lengths of clear water between them and the second place crew, which is Marlow Rowing Club now. So coming into the last 100 metres or so of this race, Wycliffe just looking really confident, letting the rate come up, but knowing they're very much dictating the whole race, rowing it their way, keeping their length right up to the finish line. Some great sculling here from this women's J17 double from Wycliffe Junior Rowing Club. And they cross the line to take the gold medal in this women's J17 doubles event, followed by Marlow Rowing Club, who will secure the silver medal. And it's still quite a close race for the bronze, but Exeter Rowing Club just take it over Nottingham Union after a lot of changes in position during the race. And then for the last 2 positions, we've got in this A final, we've got Tideway Scullers A just coming up to the line now, sculling extremely confidently. And in 6th place, Walton Rowing Club, just approaching the line. So next on the course, we've got another A final, this time of the women's J16 doubles, 1 age group younger than the race you've just seen. A 6-boat race. In lane 1, Falcon Boat Club A. In lane 2, Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 3, Wallingford Rowing Club A. In lane 4, St George's College A. In lane 5, Globe Rowing Club. And in lane 6, South African Schools Rowing Union A. At 500 metres gone in this medal final of the women's J16 doubles, Wallingford have taken the lead from Globe Rowing Club, who are second. St George's are currently occupying the bronze medal position. In 4th, we've got the South African Schools Rowing Union, 5th Maidenhead and 6th Falcon. Coming up to the 1,000-metre mark, Wallingford are just stretching out their lead stroke by stroke. They've got some clear water over the 2 crews that are following them. Not very much clear water, but they have got some. It's then very tight for second position between St George's and Globe. St George's are just a little bit ahead at the moment, but Globe are right on top of them. And at the halfway point in this A final of the women's J16 doubles, Wallingford maintain their lead. A little bit of a change behind them at the 1,000-metre point. St George's College have now overtaken Globe Rowing Club to secure second place, but Globe are still confident in third place. Maidenhead have moved up from 5th place to 4th, getting ahead of the South African Schools Rowing Union, who are now in 5th, and Falcon is in 6th. Some really exciting racing in this A final of the women's J16 doubles. Wallingford are still in the lead, but it's quite close and they're being pushed hard by the crews round about them. St George's, who are in lane 4, Globe Rowing Club, who are in lane 5, and Maidenhead, who are in lane 2. Maidenhead just a tiny bit further down, but certainly between the first 2 crews, Wallingford and St George's, there's all to play for as they come into the last 300 metres or so of this A final. Both Wallingford and St George's are heading towards each other, both of them quite close on their buoys. Athletes are looking across at each other. The umpire is not signalling anything yet, and they've both moved just out back into the middle of their lanes, or St George's certainly have. Wallingford are still quite close to the buoys. The umpire's just moving across to have a look at the line, but there's now good separation between the boats, and St George's have taken the lead. Maybe they were a little bit more confident in their steering at that point. So St George's are first with Wallingford second, but Globe Rowing Club are in third place and are pushing up hard. And then over on the other side of the course from Globe, Maidenhead are only a very small distance down on Globe. Wallingford and St George's are just pushing and pushing again on each other, neck and neck as they come into the last 100 metres up to the line. Now Wallingford seem to be in the ascendancy. St George's are now surging on again. This is an excellent final. Few strokes of the women's J16 doubles medal final. Wallingford are just ahead as they come up to the line. They're a canvas ahead, just maybe moved it out to half a length, and Wallingford take it over St George's in silver. Globe get the third position, get the bronze medal. Maidenhead come fourth by a very short distance. South African Schools Rowing Union come in fifth. About a length and a half ahead of Falcon, who are in sixth. Really exciting racing in this A final of the women's J16 doubles. So a win there for Wallingford Rowing Club. On the course now, we've got the A final of the women's school junior single sculls. 6 scullers in this, 2 of them from Clare's Court. They're in lanes 1 and 2. So in lane 1, we've got Nuala McFarlane, and in lane 2, we've got Hannah Hickson. In lane 3, Ella Barsley-Taylor from Hartpury. In lane 4, Lara Grant from Rob Roy. In lane 5, Alice Barker from King's Worcester. And in lane 6, Amets Parsel-Aregi from Maidenhead Rowing Club. In the first... both of the first 2 timing points, the 500 and the 1000, we had the first 3 crews were the same. So Ella Barsley-Taylor from Hartpury is leading. She had a lead of about 3 seconds over Lara Grant from Rob Roy at the 500 metre marker. And in third place was Hannah Hickson from Clare's Court. So those 3 kept the same positions at the 1000 metres as well, as did Alice Baker, who's in 4th position for King's School Worcester. A little bit of a switch round in the last 2 scullers. So going through the 500 metre marker, Amets Parsel-Aregi from Maidenhead was 5th, and Nuala McFarlane from Clare's Court was 6th. Those 2 swapped round by the time they got to the 1000 metre marker. And as the scullers came through the three-quarter mark in this A final of the Women's School Junior Single Sculls, it's the same at the top, but there's quite a lot of change after that. So Ella Bardsley-Taylor of Hartpury continues to lead, but Hannah Hickson of Clare's Court has moved up into second position, having been third up till now, pushing ahead of Lara Grant of Rob Roy Boat Club. The other sculler from Clare's Court, Nuala McFarlane, has moved up from 6th place at 500 metres to 5th at 1,000, and she's now in 4th place at 1,500 gone. Alice Barker from King's Worcester has moved down into 5th place, and Amet Sparsalaregi from Maidenhead is still in 6th position, as she was at the halfway point. The scullers are now just coming through the 250 metres to go marker, and it's really very close at the top between Hannah Hickson of Clare's Court, Ella Bardsley-Taylor of Hartpury University, who is maintaining her lead in lane 3, and she's staying ahead of Hannah Hickson from Clare's Court, who is in 2nd place in lane 2. And Ella Bardsley-Taylor now just putting her rating up as she comes in towards the line. Her head's down, but her rating is up. Very powerful, long rowing. Yeah, and she's got a good amount of clear water now. She comes up to the line to take the gold medal in the Women's School Junior Singles. Hannah Hickson of Clare's Court is 2nd. And Lara Grant of Rob Roy is 3rd, with Nuala McFarlane of Clare's Court 4th. Alice Barker of King's Worcester 5th. And Amet Sparsalaregi of Maidenhead Rowing Club is just coming up to the line now, in 6th place in this A final of the Women's School Junior Single Sculls, the oldest junior women who are racing here today.
So race 64, women's J17 singles B final. Only 2 competitors in this, 3 have scratched. In lane 3 we have Holly Creasy from Exeter Rowing Club, and lane 4 Devone Picaver from Peterborough Rowing Club. Interesting when it's just 1 against 1. Do you want to play tactics and play cat and mouse down the course and just hold it back, or do you want to race hard off the start? Certainly they look like they're racing pretty hard to me. They're staying level with each other. Exeter sculler having a look over at the Peterborough sculler and maybe just edging slightly ahead. Big difference in sculling rate here. Holly from Exeter Rowing Club is rating 30. Devone from Peterborough is up at around 26. So she's trying to row long and strong, even the pace. So hopefully she's left herself plenty to do, in the tank to be able to push harder later on in this race. Going through the 1500 metre mark now. The Exeter sculler seems to have taken a lead over Peterborough. Probably now a couple of lengths just as they come into the last 500 metres. As we come now down towards the finish, Ollie Creasy from Exeter Rowing Club has a comfortable lead now over Devone Pickover from Peterborough Rowing Club. And as they cross the line now, or as Exeter cross the line, probably about a 2.5 length win there over Pickover of Peterborough City. And on the course we have the A final of the women's J17 single scull. Tideway scullers, Allegra O'Sullivan in lane 1. St George's Boat Club, Jessica Halliday in lane 2. In lane 3, Rebecca Don from Clares Court School. In lane 4, Wycliffe College Boat Club, Elizabeth Seckinger. And in lane 5, Anna Beinhocker from Lee Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Ella Baden-Darrington from Peterborough City Rowing Club. Going through the 1,000-metre mark, the leader was Wycliffe Rowing Club, Elizabeth Seckinger, followed by Clares Court School B. In second, in third, Lee Rowing Club. In fourth, Peterborough City Rowing Club. In fifth, Tideway Scullers. And in sixth, St George's Boat Club. And now for this final of the women's J17 singles, we have at the 1500-metre mark, Wycliffe have maintained their lead over Clares Court Boat Club in second, Lee Rowing Club in third, Peterborough City Rowing Club in fourth, in fifth, Tideway Scullers, and in sixth, St George's. Seckinger from Wycliffe is continuing to maintain her lead. Sculling nice and long, just pushing the rating up now towards the finish, making sure that she doesn't get attacked in the last part of the course. A little bit close to the boys for my liking, just overlapping them. You always run the risk of catching one, as she just did. Just pushes the boat out of balance, and she's just moving back into her lane now, make it a bit easier for the last part of this race. In second place is Rebecca Don of Clares Court, having a real fight with Anna Beinhocker from Lee Rowing Club. Some great support for these young ladies, sculling now towards the last 250, last 200 metres of the race. Elizabeth Seckinger from Wycliffe is continuing to maintain her lead over Rebecca Don of Clares Court, who is maintaining her lead over Anna Beinhocker of Lee Rowing Club. And as Seckinger now crosses the line, 2.5, 3 lengths ahead of Rebecca Don of Clare's Court, who is in turn just over a length ahead of Anna Beinhocker of Lee Rowing Club, followed by Ella Baden-Darrington of Peterborough Rowing Club, and then Jessica Halliday of St George's, and then finally Allegra O'Sullivan of Tideway Scullers. On the course now, we have the B final of the women's J16 single sculls. In lane 1, Ellen Hunt of Clare's Court School Boat Club. In lane 2, Daniela Price Hughes of the South African Schools Rowing Union. In lane 3, Lucy Price of Maidenhead Rowing Club. In lane 4, Emma Noble of Buellbridge Rowing Club. In lane 5, Alice Dovey of Peterborough City Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Matilda Sizer of Wallingford Rowing Club. At the 500-metre mark, Peterborough City Rowing Club, Alice Dovey was in the lead, followed in second by Lucy Price of Maidenhead Rowing Club. In third, Emma Noble of Buellbridge. And fourth, Daniela Price Hughes of South African Rowing Association, sorry, Rowing Union. Coming through the 1,000. Alice Dovey had maintained her lead and stayed in first place, and Maidenhead Rowing Club was stayed in second with Lucy Price. In third, Buellbridge. In fourth, South African Schools Rowing Union. In fifth, Wallingford Rowing Club, and in sixth, Clare's Court Boat Club C. Couple of seconds now between the first and second place, between Emma Noble of Buellbridge and Lucy Price of Maidenhead. So as we come down towards the second half of the course now, a real tussle for the lead in this B final of the women's J16 single sculls. Going through the 1500 1500 mark now. Alice going through the 1500-metre mark. Alice Dovey of Peterborough Rowing Club in first. Buellbridge Emma Noble is second, and Lucy Price of Maidenhead Rowing Club in third, followed by Daniela Price Hughes of South African Rowing Schools Union in fourth, Matilda Sizer of Wallingford Rowing Club in fifth, and Ellen Hunt of Clare's Court in sixth. This is looking to be a really tight last 500 metres now as they come into the last part of the race, as they're reaching the red buoys. Peterborough Sculler, Alice Dovey still ahead, and it looks like a real tussle between Emma Noble and Lucy Price of Buellbridge and Maidenhead respectively. Looks like the Buellbridge Sculler has a slight lead over Maidenhead, and she's really trying to push back at Peterborough. Alice Dovey is staying on it and just maintaining a length and a bit lead over the Bilbridge sculler, who in turn has about a length over the Maidenhead sculler. I think these are our first three, well away from the rest of the field. And coming up to the line, Alice Dobie at Peterborough, continuing to scull along, just maintaining her lead of a length over Emma Noble at Bilbridge, who in turn has a lead of around about a length over Lucy Price of Maidenhead Rowing Club. And in fourth place, Daniela Price-Hughes of South Africa Schools Rowing Union, followed by Matilda Sizer of Wallingford Rowing Club, and in sixth place, Alan Hunt of Clares Court. We now have on the course the A final of the same event, the Women's Junior 16 Single Sculls. In lane 1, Eloise Etherington of Globe Rowing Club. In lane 2, Nicola MacDonald of South African Schools Rowing Union. In lane 3, Olivia Cheesmer of Molesey Boat Club. In lane 4, Leah Saunders of Evesham Rowing Club. In lane 5, Maya Bentley of Molesey Rowing Club. And in lane 6, Alia Wilkinson of Marlow Rowing Club. At the 500 metre mark, Evesham were in first place, Molesey second, South African Rowing Schools Union third, Marlow Rowing Club fourth, Globe Rowing Club fifth, and Molesey Boat Club sixth. At the 1,000 metre mark of this Women's J16A final, in first place we have Evesham Rowing Club. In second, Molesey Rowing Club A, Olivia Cheesmer. In third place, South African Schools Rowing Association. In fourth, Marlow Rowing Club. In fifth, Molesey Boat Club B. And in sixth place, Globe Rowing Club. And as they get to the 1,500 metre mark, Evesham has maintained her lead. That's Leah Saunders. And Molesey Boat Club A, Olivia Cheesmer, is still in second, with South African Schools Rowing Union, Nicola MacDonald in third. It's looking pretty tight now for the gold medal between Olivia Cheesmer of Molesey and Leah Saunders of Evesham Rowing Club as they come into the last 250 now. Both girls are really pushing on hard. You can see both of them putting the rating up now, gunning it for home. Evesham just looks slightly ahead. A fantastic finish to this race. Two young women really gunning it for the end. Looks like Evesham are just continuing to maintain their lead and just pushing away now as we get to the last few strokes. We'll just about a length now as we cross the line. Fantastic racing from these two young women. Coming up into third place is Nicola MacDonald of South African Schools Rowing Union. And a real tussle here for fourth between Maya Bentley and Alia Wilkinson of Molesey Rowing Club and Marlow Rowing Club. And Molesey just pipping Marlow on the line. And coming across the line in sixth is Eloise Etherington of Globe Rowing Club. On the course now, we have the A final of the Open J15 single sculls. In lane 1, Reese de Kock of South African Schools Rowing Union. In lane 2, Max Finney of Northwich Rowing Club. In lane 3, Edward Galler of Molesey Rowing Club. In lane 4, Edward Van Lopik of Bradford Grammar School. And in lane 5, Jack Ribbins of Buell Bridge Rowing Club. At the 500 metre mark, Buell Bridge, Jack Ribbins had established a slight lead over South African Schools Rowing Union, Reese de Kock. In third, Molesey Boat Club. In fourth, Bradford Grammar School. And in fifth, Northwich Rowing Club.
Focus on those legs, Jack! Yes, Matt! That's halfway, Jack! Halfway! Big one, Terry! That's it, Jack! Come on!
Coming through to the 1,000 metre mark now. Jack Ribbins of Buell Bridge has maintained his lead over Reese de Kock of South African Schools Rowing Association, who in turn is ahead of Edward Galler of Molesey Boat Club in third, with Northwich's Max Finney in fourth, and Bradford Grammar School's Edward Van Lopik in fifth. Going through the 1,500 metre mark, Jack Ribbins of Buell Bridge maintains his lead over Reese de Kock of South African Schools Rowing Union, with Ed Galler of Molesey Boat Club in third, Max Finney of Northwich in fourth, and Edward Van Lopik of Bradford Grammar School in fifth. It's always hard racing when actually the race is between lane 1 and lane 5 here, so Jack Ribbins needs to keep an eye out for Reese de Kock in lane 1. He has a fairly comfortable lead, but Rooster Cock could just sneak in here if he just pushes it hard. We're just talking in the tower here. Jack Ribbins is sculling nice and long, really locking on solidly at the catch. Getting pushed though. Rooster Cock is really pushing him hard over these last few strokes. Ribbins really needs to watch it, but I think he's got it fairly safe now as we come towards the last 5 or 6 strokes. A great race from these two. Ribbins has led from the start of this final A of their J15 single sculls. And that's a win by about a length and a half over Rooster Cock of South African Schools Rowing Union. Followed in third by Max Guller of Molesey Boat Club. In fourth, Max Finney of Northwich. And in last place will be Edward Van Lopik of Bradford Grammar School Boat Club.
And now on the course just past the 500-metre marker is the B final of Open J15 double sculls. And at the moment it's very much going with the echelon draw system that was set out by the time trials this morning. So in lane 3, Maidenhead are leading, followed by Marlow, who are in lane 4. In third place we've got Northwich, who are in lane 5. In fourth place, South African Schools Rowing Union in lane 2. And then Magdalen College School are in 5th position, and Walton in lane 1 are in 6th position. And just past the halfway point in this race, the lead remains with Maidenhead Rowing Club, but the next 3 who were in a pack at 500 are still in a pack, and they've slightly all moved round. So following Maidenhead, we've got South African Schools, who've moved up from 4th to 2nd place. Then we've got Marlow Rowing Club, who've gone down from 2nd to 3rd place. Northwich have also gone down one from 3rd to 4th place, but South African Schools, Marlow and Northwich are very close at this halfway point in the race. And then in the last 2 positions, Magdalen College School are still 5th and Walton are still 6th. 1,500 metres in this B final of the Open J15 double sculls. Maidenhead continue to lead from the South African Schools Rowing Union. Marlow are still in third position as they were at halfway. But Magdalen College have moved up one into fourth position, just getting ahead of Northwich Rowing Club, and Walton Rowing Club are still in sixth. And the leading crews are now just approaching the last 250 metres of this race, where the boys turn red. The crews know that if they're going to make their move, they're going to need to do it really very soon as they see that change in boy colour. Maidenhead Rowing Club just looking very comfortable, rowing long, strong, confident, keeping their heads up in this B final, hoping to come home in first position, which will place them 7th overall in the event. They've now got nearly a lead of nearly a length of clear water over the South African Schools Rowing Union, who are in second position over in lane 2. And Maidenhead are slightly putting their rating up, but they certainly don't need to go absolutely all out to make sure they cross the line first. Just inching out stroke by stroke, and there we have Maidenhead crossing the line first, followed by South African Schools Rowing Union in this B final of the Open J15 doubles. Marlow Rowing Club coming third, just over a length ahead of Magdalen College School, who did well to push up from being further down early on. Walton Rowing Club have moved up to 5th position, having been 6th up till now, and Northwich Rowing Club finish in 6th, but quite a close race all the way round. The A final of the same event, that's Open J15 doubles, is now also on the course, and they're just past the 500 metre marker. The early lead has been taken by Globe Rowing Club, and they're followed by Weybridge Rowing Club, and then Wallingford Rowing Club, Molesey Boat Club, Tideway Scullers School, and Walton Rowing Club. 6 doubles, all into the second quarter of the race. Quite a long way for these relatively young 14 or 15-year-olds racing in the under 15 category in a small boat.
Send it that way, and long, and send, and again. Let's go.
Just see on the monitor here in the control tower, the crews have just gone through the 1,000 metre marker. Weybridge are still leading, and with a little bit of clear water over the next cruise. In fact, Weybridge weren't leading, but they are now. Weybridge have overtaken Globe Rowing Club in order to take the lead. Weybridge Rowing Club still in the lead. They're using a rating strategy to achieve it, but they've obviously got the fitness, at least for the moment. They're considerably overrating the crew from Globe, who had been in the lead earlier on. The crew from Globe look quite a lot taller. So there's a lot of really quite gutsy racing going on in this A final of the Open J15 doubles. And the crews are now through the 1500 metre marker. Weybridge and Wallingford are now really vying with each other out in the middle, but Weybridge, have got their boys into Wallingford's lane. They're going to have to adjust soon. Looking to see if the umpire's doing anything about that. Yeah, okay, now they've separated a bit, but Weybridge, with their high rate approach to racing, they are hanging on. They've obviously got a lot of fitness. Weybridge are leading by about half a length, 3/4 of a length from Wallingford Rowing Club, who are also rating quite high. Very exciting out the front. That could still change. Globe Rowing Club, who've been the early leaders and extremely powerful, they've now dropped back. But this is quite a close race for doubles. All pretty much rowing in a pack, but definitely out the front, it's Weybridge Rowing Club and Wallingford Rowing Club. Wallingford looking really, really smooth. Could well be powering through. No, they're still just a couple of feet back, but there's still a good 50 metres to go. The lead could yet change. It could be on the surge on the line, but at the moment, Weybridge are just holding their bows ahead, sticking the catches in. Yet Weybridge get it by half a length from Wallingford Rowing Club. Tideway Scullers coming in third. Walton Rowing Club fourth. Molesey Boat Club, who had been in sixth position, come fifth. And Globe, who've taken the rating right down after their early promise and their considerable power, are going to come in sixth place.
Okay, cool, thank you.
So on the course now, we've got the B final of the Open J14 quads. Just 3 races to go in the regatta now. In lane 1, Tiffin School Boat Club B. In lane 2, Kew House School Boat Club B. In lane 3, Kingston Rowing Club A. In lane 4, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe A. In lane 5, Clare's Court School A. And in lane 6, Sir William Borlase Grammar School. The crews are about 650 metres gone into the course, and it's pretty much a blanket line right across. 6 quads, all very much going at a similar speed. Possibly Sir William Borlase just a little bit further behind. And coming up to 1,000 metres, RGS High Wycombe have just snatched a canvas lead over Kingston Rowing Club, who are pretty much level with Clare's Court. Some excellent racing at the front of this. Then in 4th position, there's Kew House School. A little bit of clear water further down. They're just being overlapped by Sir William Borlase, and they are also overlapping Tiffin. So it's spread out a little bit, but quite tight with the first 3. And then not that far apart for the remaining 3. But at the moment, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe, their A crew, is in the lead. Bowman's looking around a little bit. He might be talking to the cox, telling him what's going on, because of course the cox is in a front loader and won't be able to see where the other crews are behind him by this stage because they're out in front. Always a difficult position to be coxing from. And as they went through 1,000 metres, the positions have stayed as they were at 500, with RGS High Wycombe leading from Kingston Rowing Club, Clare's Court School, Hugh House School, Sir William Borlase Grammar School, and then Tiffin School. And coming into the last quarter of the race now, the places still remain the same apart from the last two, where Tiffin has just inched ahead of Sir William Borlase to take 5th position. But out the front of this race, it's still Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. Huge amount of effort going on by these young crews, these J14s, many of whom will only be 13 years old, still urged on by their young coxes. Most of them will just have started racing this season, and they're throwing themselves at it with great gusto. Just 250 metres left in this race, and Royal Grammar School High Wycombe are still leading, possibly inching out to a length's lead from the next two crews, which are Kingston Rowing Club in the red kit in lane 3, and Clare's Court School in the white tops in lane 5 on either side of the leaders. Royal Grammar School High Wycombe. It's a good, exciting race here. Royal Grammar School High Wycombe have got a lead, but they can't afford to slacken off at all. They need to keep sending out their finishes to make sure they maintain that lead. Kingston Rowing Club have got really nice catch timing. They're not a large crew, and that often happens at this age group. You can get very different sized people, but they've got really quite neat timing, and that's helping them a lot with their speed. Clare's Court, though, are still having a go at them all the way up to the line. So there's RGS High Wycombe winning. Oh, and I think Clare's Court just snatched it by inches from Kingston Rowing Club, but we'll wait to hear about that from the umpires. Hugh House School come in 4th. And then Tiffin School are coming up to the line to take 5th position in this B final of the Open J14 quads. And then in 6th place, there'll be William Borlase's Grammar School. And just confirming then that in that B final of the Open J14 quads, Royal Grammar School High Wycombe won, and the really close photo finish between Clare's Court and Kingston for 2nd and 3rd. Clare's Court were 2nd and Kingston Rowing Club were 3rd. Okay, now on the final, or now on the course, we've got the A final of the Open J14 quads. 6 crews in this. In lane 1, Molesey Boat Club A. In lane 2, Windsor Boys School A. In lane 3, Great Marlow School. In lane 4, Guildford Rowing Club A. In lane 5, Tiffin School Boat Club A. And in lane 6, City of Bristol Rowing Club. So this A final of the Open J14 quads has just gone through the 1,000-metre mark, but I'll give you the times and the positions at 500 metres, at quarter of the way into the race. At that point, the race leader was Guildford Rowing Club, followed by Great Marlow School, then Windsor Boys School, Tiffin School, Molesey Boat Club and City of Bristol Rowing Club. And at the 1,000-metre marker in this A final of the Open J14 coxed quads, Guildford Rowing Club maintain their lead, but there's been quite a lot of change behind them. Tiffin School Boat Club have moved up from 4th to 2nd position, getting ahead of Great Marlow School, who are now 3rd, and Windsor Boys School, who are now 4th. But in the last 2 positions, Molesey Boat Club remain in 5th position, just ahead of City of Bristol Rowing Club. And they're just coming up to the 1,500-metre marker now, still in the same positions they were at 1,000 metres, so Guildford Rowing Club maintaining their lead, in fact stretching it out slightly. Looking quite confident, rowing reasonably high rate. Obviously they've got the fitness to cope with that. 1,500 metres into this race, so it's Guildford Rowing Club leading from Tiffin School Boat Club and Great Marlow School, with about 300 metres to go in the race. And now I can see on the drone shot overhead, Guildford Rowing Club rowing very confidently. Yeah, and they're still in the lead, ahead of Tiffin School Boat Club and Great Marlow School. And those 3 are comfortably clear of the rest of the field. It's quite tight, though, for 2nd place between Tiffin School and Great Marlow School. Tiffin are ahead. They've got super blade work, particularly for this stage in their own careers. They're only J14s. In fact, all of these crews have got excellent blade work. Possibly as you'd expect in the A final, but it's a real credit to them and their coaches. Guildford Rowing Club, absolutely excellent quad rowing. With about 50 metres left to the line, they've got clear water over the crews behind them. Sitting up tall, reaching right out long round their riggers. And Guildford Rowing Club win this A final of the Open J14 quads, followed by Tiffin School, who've got about half a length ahead of Great Marlow School. And so those are the 3 medals. Then in 4th position, we've got Windsor Boys School, followed very closely by City of Bristol Rowing Club, who just edged in the end ahead of Molesey Boat Club, who takes 6th position. Those first 3 boats very close together, and then the second 3 also very much in a bunch. And we've now got the final race of the day on the course, the Open J14 Octs. Again, 96 blades going off the start. Six-boat race this. In lane 1, Sir William Borlase Grammar School. In lane 2, Mossbourne Rowing Academy A. In lane 3, Winchester College Boat Club B. In lane 4, Windsor Boys School A. In lane 5, Hampton School. And in lane 6, Mossbourne Rowing Academy B. So 2 crews from the Mossbourne programme in this A final of the J14 Octs. So this exciting final race of the day, the A final of the Open J14 Octs, are just approaching the 1,000-metre marker. When they went through 500, Hampton School were leading. And the first 4 crews are fairly much in a bunch, but Hampton School were leading from Windsor Boys, who were second, Mossbourne A, who were third, and Winchester, who were fourth. And then just a little bit further back, Mossbourne B in fifth and Sir William Borlase in sixth. But a particularly exciting blanket race across the middle of the course with 4 Octs. Really pretty much neck and neck. Quite hard for the coxes to explain what's going on. They're sitting behind the whole of their crew, and when you look across in that position, you just see bodies swinging back and forwards, blades everywhere. And really, they're just going to have to concentrate on their own race plans, because trying to describe where you are is almost impossible. And as they're in the third 500 of the race, Windsor Boys have pushed ahead of Hampton. Both these crews really have admirably good catch timing for their age group. With so many blades going on, it can be really hard to get the catches in together in an Oct. And when you're only 13 or 14 years old, and both of these crews are doing that extremely well at the moment. And as they go through the 1,500-metre mark, Windsor boys have really stretched out their lead, so they had quite a modest start but then overtook Hampton by 1,000 metres, and now they've really pressed on. There's quite a big gap. There's clear water between them and the rest of the field. Then it's quite close for second, third and fourth. So Hampton are in second, Winchester College are third, Mossbourne are fourth, Sir William Borlase fifth, and then Mossbourne B are in sixth place. But they're well into the last 250 metres of the race now, and Windsor boys are just streaking away, looking better and better all the time, rowing extremely well together, all of them rowing very well themselves too. This is such an example of how to row an octuple scull really, really effectively. Really crisp timing, everything moving together, and they look nice and relaxed, rowing in an extremely mature way for these 14-year-olds. There's quite an exciting race on for the silver and bronze medals. Hampton have got silver at the moment, and they're staying just ahead of Winchester College. So that's Windsor boys winning the gold medal in the A final of Open J14 Octs. Hampton takes silver, and Winchester take the bronze medal just ahead of Mossbourne Rowing Academy A, who are very overlapped with the bronze medal position. That was a really great row from them. And the last two crews are just finishing racing up the course. Sir William Borlase Grammar School are in lane 1. They're just approaching the line. Still quite neat timing. Some good rowing from these young athletes. And then the sixth crew will be Mossbourne Rowing Academy B. And Mossbourne, the only club with two crews in this final, Mossbourne B, is now just finished. Well done. And thank you very much for your time and attention here at the Junior Sculling Regatta, known as the Scullery, today.